Thumbs up. Half a thumb up. We ready? All right, here we go to your fourth fight of the night, your second kickboxing fight of the night. Your first fighter coming to you out of the blue corner, looking to get his first win in the cage. Please welcome, standing 5 foot 11 inches tall, out of the blue corner, Muay Thai, Dakota Gray. Fighting out of the youth kickbox 140 class weight, standing 5 foot 8 inches tall. Fighting out of East Coast Fighter. No, I'm sorry, out of Ring Combat Sports. Please welcome Elijah Webb.
Can hold my body down when I hear that trumpet.
All right. Our final youth fight of the night. Dakota Gray, the Fight For It veteran, looking to get his first win against the visiting Ring Combat Sports athlete Elijah Webb.
I see a band of angels coming after me. Ain't no grave can hold my body down. Ain't no grave can hold.
In the confidence department, Ring Combat Sports so far coming.
How could you not be confident after a performance like that from Abby Long, for sure?
And he's going to reproduce or attempt to reproduce the results of his teammate. You don't want to be the one person on the team that doesn't perform.
Long car ride home to Virginia.
Long car ride. And shout out to Ring Combat Sports for coming from all the way from the VA.
Bringing some fighters out, some youth fighters.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Fight.
All right, and our last youth fight is underway here. That is Elijah Webb in the black with the blue shin guards. And already these young men are throwing heavy. Dakota Gray has been looking to get a win and fight for it for the better part of a year now. He's probably got a lot to prove to himself and to his coaches and all of us here.
Webb's got some sharp boxing. He should go to it immediately. Don't let this fight get away from him. Stay on the inside, walk him down, let his hands go.
There you go, double jab. Double jab.
Dakota's not too bad at avoiding those big shots though himself. And throws a head kick up top to seal the deal. I like where Dakota Gray is fighting from too. He's got a nice stance and he's managing the distance quite well.
Yeah, the problem with the Webb is he's stepping in trying to unload everything. Just box him.
Huge
box him
heavy leg kick from Dakota. And he steps in. Man, Dakota is with the counter shots. He's crispy tonight. This is a different Dakota Gray. This is a differente Dakota Gray.
As they say, 3 times the charm, right?
Ooh, he stings him again. Elijah Webb's been caught by that check hook over and over again all night. It's been there for Dakota Gray so far this whole fight.
Good break by the ref.
Nice and quick. Huge lead hook.
Yeah, Webb's not monitoring the distance. He's walking right into the strike zone of Dakota. He's got to be a little bit more conscientious of the strike zone instead of just walking right into it.
He's stepping in so big too. Like he's being so obvious when he wants to throw one of those big shots.
Overcommitted.
Yeah. He lands a couple good ones there, but Dakota Gray with the crispy head movement. Man, he's moving great, sticking and moving.
And he's got a box. He's fallen in love with his power, and that happens in the gym. You've You got to box your way in.
And you know that Lake Norman Muay Thai team, you know that's a good team, and you know that's the kind of fight that they like to have, and his coach just comes through the cage door smiling at him like, man, you look great, and I can't agree more.
Hey,
Dakota Gray
reproduce it in round 2 and 3, and you get that first win, son. Reproduce. The one thing when I'm talking about always being in the fight, consistency is the key to it. You know, stay consistent with what you're doing. And right now he owns the range.
I believe Dakota Gray fought Sebastian Cavado as well, and to me, Elijah Webb and Sebastian Cavado are two very similar fighters in terms of their stature, their speed, and how they like to fight, how they like to step in and throw big hands. So, I mean, Dakota Gray, he might be a little bit more comfortable against an opponent like this just because he's been under these lights before against someone who wants to throw hands like this.
Right. And now he knows how to handle it, and if he handles it for 2 more rounds, he'll get that result that he's looking for. Because every time he's been hit, he's fired back. He did not succumb to
the counter-striking was the big thing there in that round. I would love to see some of those exchanges in slow motion because it seemed like Dakota Gray was just moving his head out of the way just enough to avoid getting the big pops, you know? And he was sending some back down the pipe his own way. Starts off with a big lead hand again. And
beautiful leg kick.
The leg kicks have been big. Every time a leg kick has been thrown, it's really slowed Elijah down.
There it is again. Webb comes in with big power. Dakota obliges him and answers right back.
Dakota's accuracy is really nice too. Like he's landed right across the nose or the jaw every single time he's throwing one of those check hooks.
Webb is firing 3 and 4 missing. Dakota's firing that 1 or 2 landing in return. Great step in.
And these guys are scrapping for 2 young men.
I felt the wind off of that punch that Webb just threw and missed. Look how beautiful Dakota steps back and watches the action.
He dug that body kick into the ribs on Elijah there. Now he's got a strong plum clinch. The ref will step in nice and quick and break that up.
He's going to chop that leg. Look at the way Webb is stepping to the outside. Ooh.
Elijah Webb lands a pretty big shot. Might be his biggest shot of the night so far.
And again, look at Dakota just obliging him and say, okay, if that's the game we're playing, then let me get my chess pieces. Beautiful check hook.
He's getting blown off the line, too, by some of these shots.
Straight cross down the middle.
Dakota's starting to get a little less technical as the fight goes on.
Right. And that's what's allowing Webb to land a few shots now. Ooh. Ooh.
That hurt him. That hurt him. Ooh. Oh, he's breathing heavy, too. He got the wind knocked out of him hard.
He doesn't make it back from this. His organs are either swollen or the muscles contracted. He can't get oxygen. Yep.
Oh, that'll be it. Victory by spinning back kick to the ribs. Dakota Gray picks up his first win in kickboxing immediately with the sportsmanship instead of the celebration. After getting a knockout like that, I'm very surprised that he had that composure to just check on his opponent because most kids would be freaking out right there. And there it is. That's what the energy we wanted to see. Dakota Gray with an amazing finish, finally getting that 1 in the win column. Gotta feel good.
Beautiful spin back kick.
Beautiful spinning back kick, too.
And as you said, the composure, the ability to restrain himself at the end was outstanding.
Had to have a lot of power on it because it did not even necessarily land flush, really, for his end. Yeah, just kind of the back of the leg to the liver. That's enough.
It's on the right side of the body.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all it counts. And if you see a slow-mo, and I almost predict that it was the heel landing right into the liver area.
Yeah, I'd love to see it again. I'm sure we will soon.
Nice. That was outstanding.
All right, your winner by referee stoppage, fighting out of the blue corner, Dakota Gray.
Dakota Gray representing Lake Norman Muay Thai picks up the victory by spinning back kick in our final youth MMA card. Now these kids have really set the bar high for the adults because this has been all action from the youth fighters so far tonight for sure.
Yes. I'm proud. That's all I can really say, like, to see guys make these adjustments when you know what they've come from, especially with Dakota. I think this is the second time I've seen him live. So to see him make the adjustments and come out and not only get the win, but his performance was outstanding.
He looked good the whole time. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, he was crispy, especially on the counter strikes the whole time.
If you look at everything he did, it's what fighters do. He initiated. He responded when questioned. He stood his ground. He let his hands and his feet go. Everything that was asked of him in a fight, he pushed his opponent back. He turned the corner. He did everything a fighter should do.
That's it. Nice round of applause for that young man. We will see him back in the cage.
Elijah Webb's on his feet. He looks fine. But that kick, you know, it was debilitating. You saw what happened. And I've felt one of those before. And what happens is either the organ that landed slightly swells, or the muscles around that area all contract.
Yeah.
And it takes quite a while.
So that's my experience with getting liver shot. I've only been liver shot enough to put me down one time, and it was Hannah Cyphers who threw it. She threw it right, dug her toes into my liver, and it felt like a black hole was in my body, sucking in all of my organs. I mean, it was all I could do was fall over and curl into myself because it was like almost like gravity was pulling me in, you know?
My experience felt like a broken rib, and I finally broke down and went to see a doctor. And he told me that the organ had swelled from the strike. It had swelled up. And
it is a one-of-a-kind feeling. If
Yeah.
you've never been hit in the liver by someone's leg feeling like a baseball bat to your side, then you know it's hard to you know relate to you guys at home what that might feel like. But
yes, I can tell you all about it, but I can't give you that pain.
Elijah Webb,
And I hope you never feel it.
I hope he walks it off. I mean, he's a young guy.
All
He'll
right,
probably
we'll
feeling
move
fine
right
tomorrow.
on to
But
our next kickboxing match
The
of
beautiful
the
part
night.
about this is he'll be back.
We welcome your first fighter out of the blue corner, fighting out of Atlantic MMA. This is your kickboxing 35-pound weight class, standing at 4 foot, 5 foot 4 inches tall. Please welcome T. Yang.
in the words of the Black Eyed Peas, let's get it started. As the adult card for Fight For It 12 kicks off here in Gaffney with T. Yang, and an established Fight For It veteran making his way to the cage once again.
I just saw him in the back, knocking out the pad work. He looked pretty good back there.
He is 0-4. Now, let's not sugarcoat this. He's an 0-4 fighter, but every fight I've seen this guy in has been entertaining, very entertaining. And he likes to throw down.
Yeah, I've only remember one fight where he was actually stopped. And the thing about this is that he's fought bigger guys. And
yeah.
He's durable. And I was able to talk to his opponent, Burwell, in the back. Asked him if he knew anything about T. Yang, and he said he didn't know. And a lot of these fighters that are new to Fight For It, they're like, they don't even care. They're like, hey, I'm going to fight.
And his opponent fighting out of the red corner, standing 5 foot East Coast fighter. Please welcome Nathaniel the Butcher Burwell.
And out of ECF, that East Coast fighter team, Burwell walking out.
It's been a while since I've seen East Coast fighter do anything.
To Can't Tell Me Nothing. And that is definitely the attitude these two guys had coming into this fight when they agreed to do no headgear. For these two guys to have the records that they do, the experience that they do, and say, yeah, we don't need the headgear, that's a G move right there.
Right. I think Burwell's one of those same guys you were talking about earlier. He may not have fought kickboxing, but he's got other athletic endeavors that he comes from, point fighting, tournaments, and things of that nature. So I expected him to be very well qualified to fight this fight against T. Yang. And he has the height advantage and the reach advantage.
Here in the middle of the ring with Dale Fry, the human reffing machine. T. Yang.
Look at T. I guess he's tapping into his peaceful warrior side with all the hugs. Yang in the blue, Burwell in the red.
Yes, sir. And already you see when these two guys are in front of each other, huge height and reach advantage for Burwell.
Good cross.
You know, Yang's out of that Atlantic MMA corner. I don't know how frequently he is there, but he has always fought representing them. A little low, but both fighters seem to shake it off.
Woo. Yang is not playing around.
Yang's throwing a lot more volume than I normally see him throw. He's normally a slow starter, but he's coming out strong here. Oh, big hit! He leaves him. Oh, that was huge. I've never seen T. Yang land a shot that clean.
I tell you what, Burwell keeps waiting like this. You won't have to wait long to get some sleep.
Hey, let me tell you, I've seen Dale ref enough fights to know you're going to have to flatline this guy to get Dale to call it off. Josh Crouch in the corner with the advice, one of the best cornermen you can ask for. One of the most involved, one of the most loud, one of the most apt coaches. Man, Yang.
Burwell standing too tall with his head up.
Yeah, but, you know, he has really shook off that shot. That was a big shot he took, and he shook it off well, and he's in this fight again.
But still behind.
Yeah, after a knockdown like that, you're going to be behind the whole round, right? You want to just try to, like, stay in the round, like you were saying about Abby Hawk.
Get it to the next round. Don't try to get everything back. Just stay alive. Don't let this guy overwhelm you. Get it to the next round. You'll be all right.
Yeah, now I have seen T. Yang also get tired in previous fights as well when he was, cornered by the great Rick Davis.
And it will serve Burwell to start chopping the leg down a little bit instead of going up high.
And he has taken some big shots from Yang.
Yes.
And this will be the end of the first round.
You got to give Yang something to think about.
Yeah,
Chop
definitely. He
legs.
did.
Chop those legs.
Huge knockdown from Yang in that opening round.
I guarantee you that another fighter will never be able to hug Burwell after that.
he'll never fall for that one again.
He'll never fall for that one again.
Friendship Yang is a mythical fighter.
Let's do these 6 minutes and then we can hug. This is not the Kung Fu movie where you drink tea and then you fight. This is not that movie. It's amazing the lessons that fighters learn are so subtle.
Yeah.
These small little details.
And how they like if they listen to a fight or they listen to a song before a fight and then they win the fight, they're listening to that song every fight. They build rituals around things like this.
Now.
Yeah, they build rituals around little things like that. Like, I'll never have another guy hug me because I lost one time when a guy hugged me.
Oh, I got knocked down.
Yeah.
Whether he wins or loses the fight, he'll remember that knockdown.
All right, so round two. Let's see the adjustments from Burwell, the East Coast fighter.
He looks a little anxious. Let's see if he gets going with his longer
fighting,
tools.
I mean, you're fighting a guy with 4 fights in your first time out there. This guy, he might be 0-4, but he's been in there with some bangers, man. I mean, he's been in there with some good dudes.
Remember, one of the guys that he's fought is in the main event tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly the level this guy's on. Burwell's point fighting with his kicks. Yang is trying to take a tree down.
Yeah, he has to. Well, when you're the shorter and shorter reach guy, I mean, when you finally do get a chance to land, you've got to make it count. And T. Yang's done a great job of making it count when he is getting inside. Man, he keeps finding that overhand right somehow.
Everything.
And I think it's just because, like you said, his chin is just so high in the air. His head is so high in the air.
If Yang would throw those heavy punches, whether he lands it or not, and follow it up with leg kicks, he is going to do some serious damage tonight.
Yang is explosive too. Like he looks like he's like redefined his body since the last time we saw him out. Like he's got a lot more strength up top, and that's led to a lot more power. It looks like on these punches.
If he follows this up with leg kicks.
Oh wow! Wow! He hurt him bad.
Back to an uppercut.
He hurt him bad right there.
And keeping the pressure up. Just don't run into him.
He's got to. He's recognizing that he hurt him. All right, long clinch there, Dale. Long clinch.
Burwell doesn't have his feet back.
I mean, you can kind of see the different modalities and the different thoughts about the rule sets from different referees. Donnie Jessup, he stepped in there pretty instantly. Dale seems to be content to let these guys fight it out in the clinch a little bit longer.
Legs are still shaky. He's not back yet. He's faking it. not back
Hey,
yet.
sometimes you got to fake it till you make it after a shot like that. I'm very surprised he was able to, work in the clinch and defend himself at all. That was a big boy shot that he took.
He's a little bit stable now.
Rocked him again. Ooh,
Good
man,
shot across.
every single little shot Burwell lands, T. Yang responds with
I
a
know.
huge banger of a blow.
Just takes it away from you.
Exactly, yeah,
and
just
that
that little
sucks
bit
the
of
life out of
progress. And here's the big shot I was talking about earlier. Last closing seconds of the round. We heard it clean here. Boom!
Nice.
It was across the
And then he
glove, but it
begins-
sounded so loud.
He just begins that barrage right
That was
there.
a big one too. Yeah, so T. Yang finding less success than he did in that first round, obviously with that big knockdown. But if I'm a judge, I'm looking at that round. I'm thinking Yang landed a little bit more shots and the more meaningful shots.
I'm liking Yang just because of the changeup from what we've seen in the past. He's fighting.
This
just
is a
little
different
bit
guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Different T. Yang.
Exactly. And that's what this sport's all about at this stage, seeing these guys grow, because I wouldn't want to watch this guy on the UFC who's still fighting like he was last year. I want to see a guy grow progressively every year. Every time he's up at bat, see him grow, and that's how you become invested. That's why I was invested with Brian Battle, because I watched some of his early fights and I watched him progress and progress and progress. And that's what I want to see at these type of shows. The guys who are willing to be different, be more than what they started out as.
After a several years long journey to this point, it looks like T. Yang could be 2 minutes from his first win in the kickboxing realm.
As long as he makes no mistakes.
We'll see.
Burwell does have a decent clinch. It was spotty in certain moments, but if he goes to it, it's not bad at all.
Big shots from Yang again.
Yes. Yang's not going to let him clinch anymore. I think Yang even knows it. And that's why you see the punches come from up and under.
Dale's really letting this go as far as the clinch goes. Really letting these guys fight it out in the clinch, which I like. T. Yang, 2 check kicks in a row. He's looking low and swinging high. He's doing the little fake out with the eyes, you know? Oh, big shots from Yang again.
Back to the clinch for Burwell. Nice. Nice throw. When they walk toward one another is when the Yang should let go of that leg kick.
And Burwell's coming in with those knees to the body. That seems to be the strategy here. And, we've seen Phil Kratz and guys with that build have a lot of success there, and it's finally slowing Yang down. That was a big shot. Now Burwell's finally finding some comfortability in this fight. Yang's got to respond
Burwell
here.
is back in this fight.
Oh, goes for a spinning back kick after seeing Dakota Gray be successful. He was like, let me see if I can get one of my own. Comes up a little short. Yang now
He's
looks
got Yang
tired,
hurt.
and he's hurt.
Yeah.
Comes back
Yang
with a
comes
big
back.
overhand. What a fight so far. This has been a banger, ladies and gentlemen. 30 seconds left. Let's see what happens between these two
Burwell
warriors.
again. On the attack, on the barrage.
Oh, wow, Yang firing back. He's taking so many shots.
Yes. 3 unanswered, 4 unanswered. Then we finally get an answer from Yang. 1 unanswered.
15 seconds.
Yang comes back big. Good knee from Burwell.
Yang
Good.
finally starting to lose steam after
Head
he
kick.
leaves the body. Head kick responded to by another overhand. More overhands from
Outstanding,
Yang.
young men. Outstanding,
Whoa,
outstanding.
outstanding fight
Outstanding.
between those two guys. Holy moly. I think we might have a victory
split.
for T. Yang
This
finally,
might be a
but
split.
it's going to depend on how you saw that second round. That second round was certainly a little bit closer than the third.
I got it 2-1 Yang.
I have it 2-1 Yang also, but you never know how these judges are going to shake it out.
Outstanding.
And really, in a fight like that, there is no loser.
Burwell composed himself, got his legs under him, brought his hands up, and somehow, whether the coach told him or he made the natural adjustment, he realized the clinch was working for him. He was able to get into the clinch, slow Yang down, and then unleash his own attack. Outstanding work. Good appreciation from both men. We wait for the judge's decision.
All right, fighters, to the center of the ring. As we go to the judges' scorecard, your fighter Out of the blue corner, T. Yang.
After
Out of
so
Atlantic
many
MMA.
Fight For It shows, after so many failed chances to get that one, T. Yang back in it at last with a victory in the 1 column.
Hell of a fight. Hats off to Nathaniel Burwell, also out of East Coast Fighter.
He didn't get that knockdown in the first, it would have been a lot closer.
I agree, but that knockdown was a big one.
Yes.
That is about as definitive a knockout as you can get, or a knockdown as you can get. And it really set the tone for that whole fight, and Burwell didn't start to find his way back into it until the last minute or so.
And the one thing you could say, if you look at past performances from Yang, is he fixed the range
I see
problem.
we got the ladies from the Silent Grind in here tonight. If you need a drink, raise your hand. They have the little boards with them, little waitress trays with them. They'll come over and they'll take care of you. The girls from Silent Grind. Good to see y'all in the house tonight.
So far, so good?
So far, a great night of fights, man. Especially that fight. That is a fight that I will remember for a long time. Those guys were throwing so hard, especially after that Dakota Gray fight. I mean, it just seems like the momentum of this card is going in a positive direction, to say the least.
Absolutely. To see heavy shots, knockdowns, pressure, the cage control, already from just our youth moving into our adults already.
And you know this next one's going to be a banger. Alex Lockley taking on
Rolling right along to your sixth.
We're talking about super heavyweights.
And your 4th kickboxing fight of the night. This next fight comes to you out of your super heavyweights. So be looking for some big swings, some big connections, some hard falls. Here we go. Your first fighter out of the blue corner. 5 foot 11 inches tall, looking to get their first win in the cage. Please welcome out of Shell Shock Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Make some noise for Alex Lockley.
The man they call Lockdown Lockley, fighting out of that John Shell Shock Jiu-Jitsu program. You will see Josh Short Stack Robinson in the corner of this guy. You'll probably see Samantha Seff out there in the corner. He's got a good team around him, but for some reason, so far in kickboxing, he has been unable to make it happen. He was last seen here at Fight For It when he was knocked out cold by Tad Collins. His body, especially his upper body, his muscular structure, looks completely different than it did in that fight. You know, this is a guy who's competed in jiu-jitsu. He's done very well in jiu-jitsu, but for some reason, he's taken a liking to this kickboxing and really, really loves competing in it, and he's looking to get that first win tonight.
Again, you're seeing that same switch up, very similar to your team with Elevate, where, hey, we're jiu-jitsu people, but we're starting to dive into this striking stuff, and we like it, and we're getting better. And you have to give them that. They are getting better. The only thing they have to watch out for is maybe taking on tough opponents too fast, too soon. But so I think this is a good reset right here. You're fighting a guy who has not had a fight here. I did talk to the opponent. He's got a background in some wrestling. He's thinking about going into MMA. He does come from the 8-point Muay Thai lineage, but that doesn't make him Chris Clodfelter. It makes him his own man. He's got to come out and perform. And I asked him, I said, you know anything about your opponent? He said, no, I don't even care. I perform inside of the cage. And so he's going to come out and let it all hang out.
Alex Lockley rocking. Speaking of letting it all hang out, he's got that Michael Chiesa white guy mullet. You love to see it.
His opponent fighting out of the red corner, standing 6 feet tall. Fighting out of Conquer Martial Arts out of the red corner. Please welcome Anthony Campbell.
What up?
Hey, look, if you gotta get a beard to get your black belt from John, then I don't want it. You gotta have
every major player at Shell Shock Jiu-Jitsu's got an immaculate beard. It's one of the reasons why I feel like I fit right in if I slide over there for an open mat. Anthony Campbell, you know, this is a guy I've heard a lot about from a friend of mine, Daruba. Daruba, if you're watching, shout outs to you, man. I wish you could have been here. But these Conquer guys, they've hooked up with the right people. And like I said, they've been working out at Matrix MMA. That's Coach Justin over there in the corner. You can see a lot of his stuff on Instagram of him hitting pads with these guys. And yeah, Anthony, he's a guy with a lot of power. And in his previous 2 fights, he even looked a little technical. Not just power, but speed and technicality as well. I'm really interested to see what Alex Lockley looks like because we didn't get to see much of him against Tad Collins.
Right.
It was kind of over before he really got started. But traditionally, he has been a slow starter. And I know that if you try to start slow against a guy like Anthony, he'll flatline you too.
Like I said, this is a good reset. You come out with a new mind, a new strategy, a new game. It's a new day.
Ready, sir.
Now, in theory, Lockley should be the slightly quicker fighter, but you never know with these guys. Some of them are just so
There's
athletic.
that leg kick that I told you Conquer's going to bring. They're going to come bring that leg kick. Ooh, Lockley's got good hands.
He is throwing way more combinations, no more of this 1-2 shot, which I saw from him a lot in previous fights, leg kicks. Josh Robinson calling for settle, and I like that, but you don't want to settle too much because Anthony's pressing forward, and the only thing that's been dissuading him so far are these shots from Alex Lockley. Nice body kick exchange.
Good
Both
exchange.
guys, man, they're landing hard on each other.
Exactly. Told you we was going to see leg kicks out of Conquer, and there we have it. They are letting the leg kicks go. He's got to move his head offline or he's going to get clipped.
Lockley's landing pretty clean up top, but he's getting his legs chewed up so far. Not checking these legs at all.
But Campbell's resetting back to the same position. So as long as Lockley can take those kicks, he can let his hands go just the way he's doing right now.
Not a ton of mustard on these shots for Alex Lockley. He's throwing them pretty soft, trying to retain
good
energy.
hook.
That one's hard.
Good hook in return from Campbell. That leg kick's taking effect now.
Yeah, they're starting to.
He's starting to break them.
Big kick across the body there for
Yeah.
Campbell. Campbell's starting
He's
to
going to
really.
come from the outside.
Now Campbell's finding a lot of success below the guard.
Yes.
Alex Lockley's got to adjust.
Let's not forget the output for these super heavyweights. This is amazing.
Yeah, for sure. The pace so far has been, you know, high enough to a point where I don't think we could see a third round at like this anyway.
Yes.
If we do see a third round, it's likely to be one of the most boring ones you've ever seen.
I think if we get a knockdown here, it's going to be Lockley with the hands and Campbell with the kicks.
Now I will say, you know, Lockley, Campbell's keeping the Campbell's keeping the guard really high, but Lockley's finding his way through anyway. Now the clinch. We know Donnie Jessup likes to break that clinch up early. He's looking at it nice
Good
and
knee
close.
from Campbell. Wow, good pace.
Lockley looking very improved from his last outing against Tad Collins, and even, you know, significantly more improved than that last time I saw him before that, which was way before COVID. So a lot of time in the gym paying off for him. And Anthony Campbell, you know, he landed some insane numbers as far as his leg kicks go. I mean, for a super heavyweight to put that many leg kicks on a guy in 2 minutes, pretty impressive.
Lockley did a fine job, but he can't be dissuaded. He gave up the last part of that round, but that doesn't mean that he's out of the fight.
I don't know if he gave up that last round either. I mean, I think that's a pretty close round.
The last 30 seconds or so. He
Yeah.
got pushed back a little bit and seemed to be doing a little less of what he had done earlier. And now in the corner he looks fatigued, a little confused about what's going on. Dude, get it back. You were winning that round. Let the hands go. Yeah, of course, I'm biased. I love hands.
I think both of these guys have had a little bit of energy sapped from them.
I don't know if Campbell could keep taking the punches from Lockley. That's why I would love to see Lockley go back to the hands.
I haven't really seen the punches really affect Campbell at all. They've definitely slowed him down and stopped him from coming in as hard, but he hasn't appeared to be rocked or significantly hurt by anything so far. And, you know, when these super heavyweight guys come in and they look like this, you just immediately think like the body shot's going to matter a lot. And we're seeing the corner of Campbell.
You know the hands are working because every time Lockley loads up, look at his reaction. Look at his body language. It's not about just getting hit. He's anticipating getting hit by the hands. That's why he's keeping it tight. That's why he's working the punch. His reaction to the hands will tell you that the hands are important.
This is great cornering from Conquer because they were like, we need you to just get close and throw knees. And that's what he's done so far.
Right. And Lockley's got to, see?
Big shot from Lockley there.
He's got to let his hands go. See no space. Listen to that language.
Crowding him, yeah.
Yeah, they know that the hands are good.
This cage wall right in front of us being tested now.
Lockley's got to fight his own fight.
He's got to keep him back.
Don't worry about their knees. Throw your own knees and then separate and throw your hands.
Yeah, Lockley is just seemingly getting a little tired here. He's not keeping him at bay. He's just allowing Campbell to walk in.
In 1997, there was a team called Team Lennox in Virginia, and this was their strategy. They punched you to the cage and throw tons of knees and knees and knees.
Yeah, these knees are chewing up the body of Alex Lockley and really exhausting him. And this kind of fight, I don't know, this pace
There's the
cannot
hands.
be kept up. Finally, Lockley is landing some shots. He's got to land some more if he's going to stop Campbell from coming in on him like this. He's so tired. He is very, very tired now.
Lockley's at that point where you stop trying to be Muay Thai, just throw your hands, knock this guy out.
But does he have the energy to throw that hard anymore?
Not at this point. You're going to keep getting abused. He has the instincts now. Campbell throwing his own hands.
Close opening round followed by a not so close second round.
Yes, it was obvious in that one.
You know, best case scenario, it's 1-1, but it could possibly be 2-0 for that Lockley corner.
Lockley's got to manage that range and let the hands go and then angle out. Don't worry about taking big steps. Don't become John Jones. Don't dance the whole ring. Let his hands go. Find his range, let his hands go, and hurt this guy because he was able to do it. And then on the counter, just Lockley's got to move his head offline, hit and counter, reset. And he'll be fine. At this point, it's boxing versus Muay Thai. He needs to go. Lockley needs to go to the boxing and just let his hands go because they were effective. I think sometimes we look for the big stumbles to mean effective. We look for the other guy to be hurt.
Yeah.
I look for the response. If the guy is responding to it and he's starting to change up, I must have been doing something right, even though I don't look like Mike Tyson. So just watch the range distance, the range establishment here. Lockley's going to give it up, and that's what his problem is. He gives up that range. He lets the guy get all the way in on him, or he stays too far outside before. Locking the door.
Here we go, fight!
Last round between Lockley and Campbell. Big shots now from Campbell. Now Campbell's really pouring it on. He knows that Lockley's tired, and he's looking to finish. Clinch work from Donnie Jessup being allowed here. The strikes are clean. Alex is looking to land anything he can to try to get back in this fight.
Again, I have nothing to say because he's not fixing that range. He's allowing Campbell to walk straight in and do whatever Campbell wants to do. And there's only so much punching backwards you can do that's going to have where you're going to have maximum effect. It's not going to work out for him.
Big shot from Campbell along the cage wall.
Campbell throwing his own hands in conjunction with the knees.
Right here in front of us now.
And this is where Lockley throws his own knees too to offset his knees to get back to his hands.
There's not been a lot of kicks or knees from Lockley in general. It's been mostly all hands.
Good cross.
That's what he needs.
He's got power.
Yeah, he certainly does.
His setups are what need to change, but he's got power. Yes, look at that shot. He barely moved his wrist and it dug into his body that way. And let's not forget to talk about durability. Both of these big men are pretty durable. But I gotta say, if Lockley took all of those knees and it's still not dead, dude, separate and fight. You took all those knees at this guy's apex and you're still here? Man, buckle down and fight.
Very kind of a hard round to judge because now you're seeing Alex kind of pushing back.
You still give it to Campbell because he did more of the Muay Thai.
Yeah.
He did more to win the fight. Although Lockley was durable and did some good stuff, he just didn't do enough of it. That was actually outstanding. I like the fact that Campbell was able to make the adjustment in round 2, figure some things out, and then come in with the clinch.
quite a high pace from two super heavyweights.
Super heavyweight.
To the center of the ring, as the judge's scorecard call it, your winner, fighting out of the red corner, Anthony Campbell.
Judges
Damn good fight between these two
on
super
point
heavyweights.
so far tonight.
Good
In
job,
my
gentlemen.
opinion, they have yet
Nice
to get
job,
one wrong.
Alex Lockley, also.
Alex Lockley going down to 0-3 in the kickboxing cage, but certainly looked a lot better on that outing than we've seen him ever before. He just continues to get better, but Anthony Campbell is a name to look out for here in the super heavyweight scene in North Carolina, it looks like.
I think he likes the spotlight. I think he likes being the center of attention, which is a good thing. I think he's got, if you notice by his posture, he's got that part taken care of, being a showman. He's got that part taken care of. Whether or not he's tied to a Vasa from the UFC or not, we don't know yet. If he breaks out his own version of a shoey, we'll know, but he's got the entertainment factor done. And I like to see a little bit more from this Conquer team because the way they made the adjustment between round 1 and round 2 was outstanding.
Yeah, very nice cornering there.
Very good work. Trevor here tonight, working with
Trevor sat this one out. He's back in Raleigh. He's watching us right now on the stream. Shout out to my boy.
I actually thought Vulcan was working with Trevor for some reason. Or maybe they had worked together in the past.
All right, moving right along to your next kickboxing match of the night. This comes to you out of the 185-pound weight class. Your first fighter out of the blue corner, standing 5 foot 6 inches tall, fighting out of Moreno Jiu-Jitsu. Please welcome Halston White.
White's coming out of Moreno Jiu-Jitsu, being cornered by Matt Messer, a very well-known regional
And
fighter.
his opponent, standing 5 foot 10 inches tall, fighting out of Kick Fit. Please welcome Ivanov.
Both guys here are debuts. No one has any experience, so no one has any advantage. But they have many years in the gym. Ivanov has got Rodney Wallace in the corner. So, and so KickFit has some of those Team Rock associations, but they also have some of that Rick Davis association as well.
Arts, yeah.
So we should see some interesting tactics. And then of course, White is coming from Moreno Jiu-Jitsu with Matt Messer. I've had the privilege of working with Matt Messer for 1 or 2 fights in the past. And White's been in the gym for about 3 years or so. So he should be a little bit more experienced than your average beginner, you know what I mean? And White has no background whatsoever. He said, hey, I walked into the gym one day, this guy with the dreads started punching me in the face, and I've been here ever since. And
That's a great way to get to know Matt.
I think that's how we all know Matt at some point. You know? Matt, if he fights like Matt, he doesn't back down. Matt doesn't back down. Matt is there to be hit. So this guy's going to be in your face. He's going to be in your face.
Kaz or Kaz Ivanov in the red, and White in the blue. Halston, White in the blue. And we're underway at 185 pounds. And Kaz is a big boy, let me tell you.
Yes. Very fit. Very fit.
Very fit 185er.
And he's doing the right thing. He's moving to the outside of the leg. Very classic way to defend against a southpaw. Doesn't always have to be true, but he's making good use of it. I think he's just trying to fill his guy out.
White with the Wild Wild West stare. Hit him with the stare down.
Yes. Good push kick from White.
Yeah, White so far has given him some weird stuff to think about, actually.
Again, I think you're going to see two novice fighters, but a technical novice fight. Woo! Both being showing off power.
Yeah, Ivanov with some speed, too, actually.
White jabbing to the body. Follow that up, young man. Good outside leg kick.
Yeah, White's
good jump in.
Oh,
and
nice.
cross.
That was
Beautiful.
actually nice footwork from
Yes.
White there.
Yes.
Look down, you see the footwork, and he's landing clean on Ivanov now.
And look who's controlling the real estate. Nice. Good feint.
Feints, too. This is
Woo!
crispy. Jumping in with the knee. He is
Yes.
just confusing Ivanov. He's giving him so many different looks and so many different things to think about. This is a lot for your debut
Yes.
to be thinking about.
But here's the problem. If he does all of this,
Can he do it for 3 rounds?
right.
Yeah.
And then if he doesn't, damage him to any degree, then he's unloaded his whole arsenal. So
He's just
Ivanov
fighting
sees everything.
He's fighting so steezy. Like, his fighting style doesn't match his appearance at all. I think that's what might throw you off about this guy. He's fighting so clean and smooth with his hands
Yes.
down, confident. Yeah, there he goes. He gets
Good
popped.
counter
in one.
jab.
Yeah, Ivanov probably needed that to just kind of
Yes.
reestablish
Just get
himself.
exactly. You see him getting into rhythm now.
Ivanov coming through with some big power here.
Yes. Woo! But White's right there. That is Matt Messer all day.
Dude, White's not going anywhere either. He is like a little young Matt Messer.
Yes. Ooh, straight cross.
And he just goes right back to his stance.
Yes.
He's picking shots so clean, dude.
I think
I'm
if,
actually really impressed by White.
I'm gonna tell you what might be throwing Ivanov off just a little bit. I think he's got the southpaw thing figured out, but he's not figured out the switch. If you look what White is doing, he's subtly switching.
Right. But how many guys come in here 0-0 and are switching like
Yeah,
that?
you got a point there.
You know, like
That's-
how many guys?
So, yeah, who trains for
especially
that?
with that body type.
Who trains for that?
You know, who's coming in here seeing a guy with this body type and this like look, coming in here and doing Dominic Cruz switch steps.
One of my coaches in the gym, Denver Lopez, who's taking over my duties as of late, he's training a lot of guys to work on that before they ever get to their first fight. He said, hey, this is where, if you watch UFC, you watch mixed martial arts, this is where it's going. A lot of guys are learning to switch from left to right.
He's finding good angles, like really good angles.
Yes.
And honestly, there's not a lot of guys that would come in against a guy with shoulders like Ivanov and be comfortable enough to fight with their hands down.
Yeah.
And this guy's fighting with his hands down, smiling at him, looking at him.
Yes.
I mean, he's got a swagger to him.
I'm going to give it to him because I've trained his coach, but can he keep this up? Can he? Yeah, he gives me a little wink. Yes.
Gives us the thumbs up.
Can he keep this up? It's a lot of fun. This is a lot of fun.
All right, let's see how this second round unfolds for
Wow.
Kaz Ivanov.
He's a little bit more, White's a little bit more technical than I would have suspected at this
Exactly,
level.
100% more technical than I would have expected, especially
Yeah.
fighting out of that Marino BJJ.
Exactly.
You expect this guy to come out here and just be a scrapper and a brawler, but he's smooth.
Another, again, you can't just say, oh, these guys are grapplers, these guys are strikers anymore. You're going to have striking gyms winning at jiu-jitsu tournaments as we see grappling gyms doing well in striking events. This is shocking. And here, from my expertise, as a kickboxer in the past, the technique is good here.
Yeah,
The technique
Matt,
is very good.
I know that Messer is going to watch this, and I know that Halston is going to watch this after this. And guys, You need to get hooked up with Trevor Hayes.
These guys could actually switch up and become kickboxers.
Yeah,
if they
I
wanted
think
to.
that Halston White has a very nice style that could be refined into something really slick and cool. And he's, once again, after that low blow, he's back in.
Nice
Whoa,
sweep.
gets swept. I don't think that can be scored, right? Because it's against the rules.
No.
Yeah.
But they don't.
But the crowd doesn't know that.
Right. Yeah. But they don't dissuade you from doing it either.
Yeah, exactly. They don't really dissuade you from doing it because it looks so cool.
Exactly.
And now Ivanov's doing some feinting of his own. Big power. He's just got so much power, you know? If he is throwing and landing, he's going to be affecting White. White has done a good job avoiding these strikes so far, but now Ivanov's finally slowing him down with those leg kicks. And, you know, you got a guy who's switch stepping and moving all over the place like that. It is a good way to slow him down to be throwing those inside legs.
Might have some blood action here.
Looks like we've got some kind of
accidental head.
headbutt or knee to the head, yeah. That's, I think, what I heard the referee say. Man, I love this cage mic. It's
Yes.
a great idea.
We would have never heard that the last time.
Good. Are you ready?
Giving Ivanov a little bit of a warning.
All right, guys, keep it clean. Timekeeper, fight.
All right, 1 minute, 7 seconds left in this round. 2 fouls, 1 for each fighter so far, dragging this round out a little bit, but giving each fighter a chance to rest and reset.
Yeah. Good check hook coming from Ivanov. Now White's a little bit wide-eyed. You know, I think he has some trouble.
Oh, dang! He just hit him with the big shot. Ivanov's rocked. Ivanov's standing still because he is rocked right now. I don't know if White is aware of it, but that froze him. That shot froze him. Nice rear hand uppercut. You got to be so careful with those rear hand uppercuts. Like, it's getting asked. You're asking to get overhanded. It's such a weird shot to throw, but he throws it pretty safely there in the corner.
Both men with big power.
Rodney Wallace calling for more and more of those leg kicks, and I can't agree more because they have definitely stopped White from coming forward. And the body kicks.
Good.
Wow, White catches him again. That was definitely clean.
That was
that was super duper clean.
That was clean.
Right there at the end of the round, White kind of put enough on him. But, I mean, those were some big shots that he did take, but he landed more volume.
I think physically Ivanov is wearing down White, but mentally White is wearing down Ivanov.
Definitely.
That's what makes this fight so
agree.
interesting. So interesting.
That was the shot I was talking about right there, by the way. That one kind of froze him because Ivanov had just landed big and was looking to, you know, swarm him.
You don't want to hit a guy with all your power and then look up, he's still standing there smiling at you.
Yeah,
or even worse, firing back. I think what you said earlier about the sweeps as a strategy, even though they don't count it or punish you for it, if you're having a bad day, sweep the guy, throw him on the ground. It slows the fight down. Also, it lets the guy know that you're still strong and that you know you're physically able to engage him. Get inside his head with whatever tactic, you know, short of cheating.
Red corner, mouthpiece.
So just because I said that, now you're going to see a lot more sweeps in the future.
All right, third round.
A lot more dumps.
The meta setter. All right, round 3. Been a great fight so far between Halston White and Kaz Ivanov, and probably not the fight a lot of people were expecting.
No, this is a very good technical fight. And crazy respect for both men and crazy power from both men.
Yeah, especially from 2 guys in here for the first time. This is a great showing.
Despite the size, the look of their size difference, and the shape difference, very impressive. Very impressive, both men.
Huge teep to the body there for White. Now he's throwing, mixing in some kicks here, catches the body kick. Ivanov finally starting to slow down a little bit.
That was fun.
They end up in 50-50, a little Ashigarami action for us in our kickboxing
Ryan Hall would be
showcase.
proud.
Ivanov just says, just push them off, Big Brother style.
He needs to step in a little bit more with that jab.
Those inside leg kicks are brutal from Ivanov, man. If he was slinging them as calf kicks, they'd be devastating.
Wow.
White's got 48 seconds now to put a stamp on this.
White showing the physicality now.
Yeah.
starting to wear down a little bit.
And this has been a physical fight, no doubt about it.
And you can tell by the pause in between action.
Well, he's having a lot of trouble stepping on that lead leg. 'Cause that lead leg's gotten chewed up a lot. He's not switching anymore.
But the good news is he's gotten to the head of Ivanov that he's not being bum rushed at this point. So Ivanov doesn't, that's why his corner's yelling at him to go. Because White's tired, but Ivanov's scared to get hit again.
A little bit of blood. I think that's coming from that cut that was mentioned earlier.
Now they're going to let it hang out. Those guys.
White was rocked in the final seconds of that one. And what a great fight between Halston White and Kaz Ivanov.
Tough call.
That is going to be the hardest fight to judge so far of the night.
All 3 rounds, tough call.
And I'm going to say it was 2-0 going into that final round for me, but it could have easily been 1-1.
Oh, that middle round's the toughest.
That middle round is definitely going to be the story of this fight.
I can give it 1-1. First round being for White, third round for Ivanov, but that second one is the toughest. That was outstanding. Man, Marcelo and Leslie can matchmake.
Yeah, definitely.
Man.
Yeah. Shout outs to Marcelo and Leslie, our matchmakers for Fight For It. They always do a good job. You know, I've done other MMA shows. I've worked for other promoters where it seemed like they were just trying to find good fights for their guys.
Yeah.
But that is not the case when you come to Fight For It. You're going to be in for a war no matter who is in there.
The interaction with White and his coach. Yeah. Outstanding.
Taking a long time to.
I knew you were going to say that. For some reason, I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, whenever it takes longer than like a minute, I'm always like, all
Fighters
right.
to the center of the ring as we go to the judges' decision.
Let's see what happens here.
Your winner out of the red corner, Kaz Ivanov.
Close fight, but Kaz Ivanov comes out on top. They must have seen that second round for him, and I can't really say that I blame them.
That is a split decision. I got to see the scorecard, but
I would like to see it too. I'd like to see it too.
I know that had to be a split decision.
Oh, that guy. Do you know who that is with Rodney in the corner? That older guy? The white guy that looks like Stone Cold?
Let me see if I can see his face.
I don't know his name, but I've rolled with him before. I've trained with him at Evolution Fitness in Concord when he was visiting and I was visiting. But yeah, he's very good at jiu-jitsu. I know that much.
No, I don't know him.
Great debut from Kaz Ivanov, but also a great showing from his opponent, Halston White. I assume we'll be seeing both of those men in the future here at Fight For It.
Yeah. I think White had too much fun, and Ivanov had a win. You're going to see those guys back. This wasn't too crazy. This is a place where they learn. This is a place where they grow.
Marcelo.
They will be back.
Come on.
And it's good to see Kickfit out and about.
Representing, getting the win.
Because I think when they were doing the, what were the shows over in Harrisburg, they were doing an MMA show at one point. But they haven't, COVID just shut everybody down now. I think that's the smart thing to do. Get your guys going again. Get your guys going again. Don't worry about putting on a show. Find a show. Get them back out there. Because I know Rodney Wallace is running his own show at one point. Cleaning up the cage. Make sure it's safe from sweat, slipperiness, as well as getting up the residual body fluids, getting rid of the DNA. I think it's your big feet.
It's got to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
Dale Sunshine Fry.
stride off here. Hello, hello, hello. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. I can hear myself now at least.
Yeah,
All right.
pretty good.
Cool.
Yeah, I got you.
We're back. We're back.
This fight. Is it Sunshine? Does someone say that?
Dale
Sunshine.
I gotta ask you a question. You've been on TV, right? Been on TV? You still doing stunts? You've done stunts before, right?
Dale's
On the
still doing
Notebook?
stunts?
He was a stuntman.
Jesus. I knew you
Guys,
was
everybody remember The Notebook?
I think he was in an
The
episode
guy
of The
hanging from the
Equalizer.
Ferris wheel gets his pants pulled down. Sunshine right here. Dale Fry, that was him. Stunt man. All right, coming right along. He'll be controlling this action for this next fight right before our brief intermission. This next fight comes to you out of the 170-pound weight class. Your first fighter out of the blue corner, fighting out of the MMA, standing 5'11" tall, looking to get their first win in the cage. Please welcome Garrett Rosenbom.
This is Atlantic MMA's very own Garrett Rosenbom. We've seen both of his previous fights here at Fight For It, coming up short both times, but both outings he was up against extremely experienced opponents, people who had a lot on him in terms of time spent in the cage and time spent in the training room. So I'm very curious to see if he can finally put it together, but in my opinion, this might be one of his biggest tests yet.
against your teammate.
Maybe. I mean,
Well,
I don't have a lot of personal time training with Khalil. I don't think I've
Dude,
ever even physically shook hands with him.
You misunderstand what I'm saying. You come out of that gym, you're a teammate.
Yeah, that's
All
true.
right?
That's true.
So I'm saying that because
And his opponent fighting
If-
out of the red corner, standing 6'2" tall. Also looking to get their first win in the cage. Fighting out of Elevate MMA, please welcome Khalil Pettiford.
because if Khalil loses this fight, you take 2 body shots from Koses.
All right.
All right?
All right.
Now, on the other side of that coin, if he wins the fight, you take 1. All right, I'm not making it a lesser evil, but you don't get to throw anything at me. You don't throw anything at me. All right.
And there you see Professor Neil Ritchie, the newly cemented black belt out of Elevate MMA Academy, recently promoted. Well-deserved and well-earned. He's coached and cornered a lot of these fighters for Elevate when Coach Cody Malte could not be there to do the job himself. He is their clutch man. He is their clutch player, and Khalil Pettiford is their newest acolyte. Lots of hype in the training room surrounding this young man. Let's see if he can put it together under the bright lights at Fight For It 12.
If I'm Rosenbom, I'm going straight to the body. This guy's very
Long
tall.
in the body, yeah,
Yes.
but he's got long limbs, dude. Let me tell you.
Well, going to the body would give him a target and help him stay inside of range. I would not stay outside of range, but kid looks like this.
Garrett responds with a leg kick of his own after that opening shot.
Nice.
First sanctioned fight for Khalil Pettiford in the kickboxing arena. Two
Has he-
fights of experience for Rosenbom, as we mentioned earlier.
Has Khalil done any of those point fights?
I don't know his background completely. I know that I've seen some pictures of him boxing,
Okay.
but I don't know if that was sanctioned boxing or just training.
Good.
But yeah, I mean, a lot of people strike with him and stand with him in Elevate, and they say he's smooth with it. And so far, he's been pretty smooth.
You can look at the composure. You can tell he's trained something.
Well, this guy's had like 3 or 4 fights booked for his debut, and they've all fallen through.
Oh,
so this is a guy who's been
those
getting
count.
ready for a long time.
Yeah.
He's been getting ready for this for a minute. Big shot there from Khalil
Rosenbom
Pettiford.
takes a bad shot and shows it, which is an amateur mistake. Never let him know it works. Good body attack from Rosenbom.
Now he's pressing Khalil against the cage, but so far we've seen
That's
some
power.
of Khalil's best work.
That's out. There's no count.
I mean, Dale's not even counting
there's no
yet.
count.
Dale's not even counting yet.
There's no count.
No, I'm telling you, I've seen Dale ref enough
He's out.
fights to know.
He's out. Do not let this kid go back in.
I've seen Dale ref enough fights to know that this kid is going to be allowed to walk back out there unless he physically quits. I told you.
No, he's not engaged. He is not engaged. Saw that earlier when he took the first big shot. He didn't. He shook it off.
Wow.
Now he's
huge
being
body
hurt
shot.
again.
Oh, Dale Fry says, do you want to see a dead body? He's counting again.
There is no count, Dale. Yes.
Yes, that is it. Khalil Pettiford
Yes.
gets it done in one.
My goodness.
Team Elevate has a new name to watch
My
out for.
goodness.
Big power. That body shot that followed, that was right before the finishing blow, was horrendous. And it seems like the body shot affected him more than the
Yes.
than the finishing blow.
Look at that shot right there.
Stops him, slumps
Wham.
him. Huge finish for
my
Khalil
goodness.
Pettiford. Should have been stopped after the first knockdown, but what can you do? What can you say about it?
This is a guy who's going to be a problem. That's right. This guy's going to be a problem.
He body shot him before he knocked him out. He woke up from getting knocked out and his body hurt.
He went down from a straight right, but he curled over.
Look.
And that'll be that. Garrett Rosenbom having some trouble even getting back to his feet now.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Lordy. Yep, slow pan away. Nice professional camera work there. What are you going to do? What are you going to say other than, wow, what a performance from Khalil Pettiford.
That was a great performance.
Great debut. Like I said, a guy who's been getting ready for a long time, and when it was finally time for those bright lights to shine on him, he put on a bright lights worthy performance with Neil Ritchie and Liam Klepek in his corner.
Yeah. You have to cancel bouts when you're in fight camp with the team.
Especially when they fall off a week before the card.
Oh, yeah.
Like his last fight was supposed to be on the last fight for it, and I think it was like 3 or 4 days, or maybe even less than that, because I think he was actually physically here in the venue, so it might have even been a day that it fell out. So, I mean, you know, this is a guy who, you know, he's been getting ready for a long time, and that preparation showed in the fight. Garrett Rosenbom keeps biting off these big names, and I think it's just time for him to take a step back and maybe fight somebody who's not such a killer. It's okay to take a fight against somebody who's not a killer.
Wow, that was outstanding. That was outstanding. And a way to end the kickboxing before we go into intermission. Wow. You said you don't strike with this guy in the gym. Maybe you shouldn't.
I haven't done really any striking since my knee injury, and he kind of came in right when I went out a year ago. So that's why I haven't really seen him on the mats too much. But I also, you know, I try.
All right, fighters to the center of the ring.
Especially if I know somebody from the academy has a fight coming up, I try to avoid.
Good job,
interacting
gentlemen.
with them 'cause I
Your
don't wanna
winner
sound
by
biased.
KO out of the red corner and Elevate MMA, Khalil Pettiford.
Outstanding. And showing good sportsmanship. Yeah. Here's
All
the
right,
thing.
folks, we're going to take just a short intermission break at this time. Enjoy yourselves. We got the
Rosenbom just needs to
secret
know,
grind
dude, the reason he
ladies
hit
coming
you back is
around.
because you
Raise
hit
your
him.
hand.
Yeah.
They got trays. They'll get your drinks for you. No need to even get up.
All right, guys, you heard
Got the
it.
food truck outside also.
Our ring announcer, Sam Falgout, we are going to be taking a quick little break here. We encourage you to do the same. Get some snacks, get a beer, come back and join the live stream again because we've got a lot more kickboxing action followed by a full card of MMA coming your way at Fight For It 12.
not another story. This is not another drill. I refuse to be another number now. Never staying down. This is something real. I'm a name that you'll remember. I am more than just a thrill. I am gonna be the greatest ever now. Watch out, I'm a force that you will feel. And it goes something like, ooh, I'm victorious. It's my time. There's no stopping this, 'cause I was born for this. I do it for the glory. I do it for the glory. I'll be more than just a fable. I'll be written in the stars. I will never be too afraid to bleed, giving all of me even when it's hard. Oh, I started as an ember who was made for kerosene, and now I'm raging like a fire, burning up through everything I see. And it goes something like, ooh, I'm victorious. It's my time. There's no stopping this, 'cause I was born for this. I do it for the glory. All of the lights. All of the lights.
Turn up the lights in here, baby. Extra bright, I want y'all to see this. Turn up the lights in here, baby. You know what I need. Want you to see everything. Want you to see all of the lights. Fast cars, shooting stars. All of the lights, all of the lights. Until it's singing, sadly, where we are. All of the lights. If you want it, you can get it for the rest of your life. If you want it, you can get it for the rest of your life.
Something wrong. I hold my head. MJ gone. I did. I slapped my girl. She called the feds. I did that time and spent that bread. I'm headed home. I'm almost there. I'm on my way. Headed up the stairs. To my surprise, replacing me. I had to take them to that ghetto university. The lights, cop lights, flashlights, spotlights, strobe lights, street lights. All of the lights, all of the lights. Fast life, drug life, thug life, rock life, every night. All of the lights.
Turn up the lights in here, baby. Extra bright, I want y'all to see this. Turn up the lights in here, baby. You know what I need. Want you to see everything. Want you to see all of the lights.
No one ever told us where the easy part begins. The story that they sold us keeps us hanging from the end. So we'll keep on starting the fires, thinking we'll smoke out the liars. We don't give up when we're tired. That isn't the way that I'm wired. Waiting avalanches are the calm before the fall. Lightning, when it flashes, tells the story of it all. Woo! So we'll keep on starting the fires, thinking we'll smoke out the liars. We don't give up when we're tired. That isn't the way that I'm wired. We own the future. We own the future. Someday, someday, we're gonna rule the world. I know someday we're gonna rule the world. Counting down to explosion. I hear the moment approaching. Someday, someday, we're gonna rule the world.
Hey, fight fans, welcome back to Fight For It 12 here in Gaffney, South Carolina. Dylan McGrath alongside Seth Stevenson, the Mad Coach. And it's been a crazy night of fights so far, Seth. What do you say?
Oh, my goodness. You know what? In between the intermission, I went back and just shook hands with a lot of the guys. Like, hey, guys, that was outstanding. That was amazing.
Yeah, seriously.
Fantastic. I was impressed.
I did the same thing. I saw Halston White back there, and I just complimented him and some of the kids running around. I was just like, good fights, guys. I mean, really, when you have that many fights in a row that deliver on that level, it's like, how can the rest of the card not continue this momentum?
Absolutely. So far, that is the operative word, the key word, deliver. And they have all delivered so far. Just talking to Darren Eddy and a referee over here, or one of the judges rather, about some of these youth organizations, watching these kids perform better than adults, and then letting your imagination take over by saying, what is it going to look like in 10 years?
Yeah.
And they also clued me in that a lot of these organizations basically have the same rules. So imagine what happens now when we get some real corporate sponsorships behind these kids, where they're not putting their own bill, but they're able to train and really develop their skills. We think what we saw tonight was impressive. What we're seeing is people who are committing to this based on their own time, their own effort. Now you give them a platform and a sponsorship behind it where they can do it and only focus on that, man. We're going to see some incredible changes in the MMA. It's going to be to the point where it impacts not only the fighters themselves, but how judges see fights, 100%. How referees ref the fights, how cage companies build cages, because we get a lot more feedback at a different level.
Yeah, I heard that the UFC had experimented with the idea of removing the gap between the cage and the floor.
Right.
I think that's a great idea. I think that only leads to strategies where you think you're safe, but in reality you could really get hurt.
And that was another thing. We talked about safety protocols are going to improve because you have so much more data, because it's one thing to talk about it when you have adults. It's one thing to talk about it when you have private organizations like a Fight For It, like a UFC. But now when you get something that's a little bit more across the board, across the United States of America or the world, you're going to have to say, okay, what do we do to make this almost on the level of the Olympics?
Right, as close as you can possibly get it,
yes.
Especially if we do see a pancration-style MMA in the Olympics one day.
Exactly, because not everybody's going to be happy with the rule sets or the venue, the structure that they work out of. So you're going to have to make accommodations a little bit at a time, but I think they're going to be made, and what's going to happen is we're going to have a better sport. UFC started the phrase saying this was the sport of the future. I think they are right. This is the sport of the future.
It is the fastest growing sport in the world by a lot of metrics, social media, Instagram, stuff like that. But speaking of social media, Instagram, and things of that nature, did you know that Fight For It has an app? Well, you can get that app on the Play Store as well as the Apple Store, and you can make fantasy picks on there. You can keep up with the bout order for Fight For It cards. Changes to the card are there in real time, so if a fight falls out at the last minute, you can kind of see what's going on there. Also, there are articles written by Seth Stevenson and Samantha Seff and Brian Reed and all of our writers at Fight For It that do previews for the shows themselves and also for the individual fights. You also cover some of the fights on your YouTube channel,
yes.
Seth. And you can also play fantasy. So you can play fantasy for our card here tonight with MMA, or you can, you can also play fantasy for UFC and many other promotions as well coming soon. So that's the Fight For It app on the Google Play Store or in the App Store for Apple. We're getting ready to get back to it here in Gaffney, and the next contest is going to be David Fitzgerald from the Southern Scrap Nation taking on Anthony Mignoni from Conquer.
No, I don't think we have that fight. I think that fight got scratched.
Oh, yes. You're probably right. Actually, you're right. That is on the updated schedule. If I had the Fight For It app, I would know that fight had fallen out because it wouldn't be on the order.
What we want to probably look at is Road Combat Club putting up their first offering for tonight.
Yep.
And Christian Williams and taking on Brandon Spencer from Conquer Martial Arts. The thing I can tell you is that those Conquer guys have an unyielding and relentless type of confidence that's going back there in the dressing room.
Yeah.
This is going to be another big man, not super heavyweights, but big men.
Big guys.
Having a technical fight. I went back and told White and Ivanov how technical they were And I was impressed with guys that size being very, very, very technical. And I think we're going to see that same example in this next fight coming up.
Yeah, Rogue Combat Club has proven time and time again that they are forced to be reckoned with in the striking realm as well as the grappling realm. Christian already having that first win kind of out of the way. You can expect those first fight jitters to not be a factor anymore for him. Will they be a factor for Brandon Spencer?
I don't think so.
Seems like those Conquer guys have figured out a way to get their guys fight ready because, from what we've seen of them so far tonight, Justin Williams is a very insightful corner and a on-the-fly kind of strategist. And his fighters have listened to him well as far as Anthony Campbell goes. Let's see if he can replicate that success with Brandon Spencer.
Yes, being able to talk to the coach back there, getting an understanding of who he is. He's no nonsense, and he did a great job in making the adjustments with his trainee the last fight between round 1 and round 2. I said that they have leg kicks, strong leg kicks. It made a difference, but they also apparently have a good clinch as well.
Yeah.
So I say if we're looking at the height difference again, that we should expect to see some type of clinch work come out and maybe some good body strikes.
That's just going to depend on the assignment too, right? We've seen that, Dale Fry's a little bit more content to let them kind of play around in the clinch, whereas Johnny Jessup's breaking the clinch up as fast as possible.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I wouldn't be upset if Dale just did all the kickboxing and left MMA alone. Like just take your referees and say, Donnie, you do MMA, and Dale, you do the kickboxing. I think Donnie does a little bit better in the MMA. But I thought he made a great call earlier, though. So far, everybody's done their job, and they've executed to perfection. Our audio team has executed. The matchmakers have executed. The fighters so far have executed.
Great camera work, too. We've got some new camera guys working with us here tonight, and they've done a great job as well.
Yes, and they're the unsung heroes sometimes because nobody ever talks about those guys. They are up there on the poles. They are the guys.
The high-risk jobs.
Yeah.
The linemen of the MMA world.
You've done it yourself, though.
That's how I got started with Fight For It. I did camera operation, but I was in the ring. I don't even think there was a cage that night. It was just a ring, and they did the MMA fights in the ring too. Because I remember Adley Edwards and Mike Powell fought on that card.
I was there.
So it wasn't quite as high up. I'm kind of height averse myself personally. So if I had to be up there in the tower, I don't know how I would be acting. But these young men are handling it with grace and professionalism. To say the least.
And another team that doesn't get talked about enough. I thought the commissions have so far has done a good job.
They don't get complimented enough. They get talked about all the time.
Well, there you go. Again, I toss him up, he dunks it in.
There you go.
That's what we do.
Yeah, you always, when the commission is brought up, it's always they got this wrong or they did this wrong or they're this incompetent. But in reality, especially from my experience working with the South Carolina Commission, it's clean. A lot cleaner than the North Carolina shows that I had attended in the past. I mean, these guys are doing more shows than ever. They're taking on 2 states worth of shows and handling it with grace.
Yeah. I'm not going to knock my North Carolina people because I like the fact that they lean a lot more toward the safety because we have a lot more amateurs. When we get a lot more pro shows going on, then I might argue with them a little bit. But as far as how they do things right now, I think it's okay.
And we'll see how they do things in the future because who knows if a new commissioner is just going to step in and actually have some kind of knowledge of the sport and want to change the direction of it.
It would help. I would love to see
Donna Natosi for commissioner.
I would love to see North Carolina adopt the head kick at a minimum.
Yeah.
Maybe not everything that everybody else is doing, but at least adopt the head kick for MMA.
Yeah. Maybe, I mean, I don't. Maybe I could see the agreement, the option to agree.
Let the fighters make that decision.
Yeah, exactly. Like they do with shin guards, like what they do with shin guards and headgear for kickboxing. Let the fighters kind of decide that for themselves because, there are guys who know they want to do this for a living. They know they want to go pro. They know they want to be world champion one day, and they're training in a way that, is preparing them for those fights anyway.
Speaking of agreements, I thought you made a great observation in pointing out the fighters who decided, we want to go without the headgear and just go shin guards only. Let's talk about Katz taking on Copa.
With no shin guard, no headgear.
Exactly.
Pretty baller. Pretty G move type stuff, yeah.
I think win, lose, or draw, I think they set a new standard. Depends on how the fight looks when we get to that point. Depends on how that fight looks. But I think they will set a new standard for what a high-quality kickboxing fight will look like in the amateur division.
Especially for Copa. If Copa's looking to go pro, he might as well, get a couple of these amateur fights if he can with no shin guards, no headgear.
Exactly. And, in past progressions, when I've taken my fighters from amateur to pro, back then, especially because it's MMA, I've always told my guys, hey, we got to do at least one fight in Virginia because it already has all the pro rules. Even though it's an amateur fight, it has all the pro rules. And if you're going to go pro, you need to know what that's like before you step over that line.
Right, yeah, because once you step, there ain't no
turning
stepping back.
Yeah.
It's either a career or nothing,
Yeah, and so far, every guy I've done that to, they've been able to have a lot of success, and they passed the test. I'll put it that way. They passed the test with all rules. That means I trained them up to a point where they got the answer right. It doesn't matter if they won the fight or not, but they made it to the end, and then now they're ready to be a professional. Being a pro means that you're willing to take the risk, but it also means you're willing to invest in preparation, which a lot of times that's where I see the biggest setback. It's not so much what you do inside of that cage that night, it's what you do leading up to it.
So much, and that's one of the things we talked about with Khalil Pettiford. You can't undersell a guy who's had to get ready that many times, even if he's got no fights. Roland Mazel has had several fights fall through and has gotten ready and had fallen through several times. Last weekend, he walks out, knocks his opponent out in the first round because he finally got to get to a fight where the cage door shut.
Right.
Sometimes guys that are doing that, they're overtrained. But if you have a good coach, if you got a good team around you, and you got somebody who knows when to tell you to hit the brakes, you can stay in a ready condition for such a long period of time. It just requires such a high level of discipline and a high level of dedication that most people can never dream of achieving it.
I'm going to give Roland all the credit in the world, but the one thing that stood out for me about this last fight with Roland is his ability to go from Matrix MMA to Team Rock Fayetteville back to Embrace, and God knows
Elevate.
He's
been with many teams.
And Greg, the fitness trainer, Greg
Martinez, my strength and conditioning coach as well.
This guy was doing a lot.
Yeah.
And so, to me, that's a great example of what it takes.
All right. Hope everybody got them a chance to check out the food truck. Amazing food out there. They got it all out there, I tell you. Get yourself a drink. Get settled back in. Got the secret grind girls in here tonight to help you out with that. Don't even have to get up from your seat. Raise your hand. They'll be right over with the tray. Make sure you are taking care of them ladies too, please. Take good care of the girls. We'll be moving right along to your next kickboxing match of the night. This comes to you out of the 195-pound class. Your first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, standing 6 foot 1 inches tall. Looking to stay undefeated in the cage out of Rogue Club. Please welcome Christian Williams.
Another one of those gyms that you on the surface looks like a grappling gym, but they've done very well in the striking department.
Well, when Johnny Buck started Rogue Combat Club, there was a reason he didn't call it Rogue Jiu-Jitsu. And I think it's because from the outset he saw this as a gym, as an operation that would be able to do everything. And you see Coach Mike in the corner there as well. They always bring out a huge crowd. Asheville super far away from Gaffney, but that doesn't stop them from making the drive to support their guys. Shout out to our production team. They know I need my customary 9 bottles of water in a single night of fight cards.
The biggest factor in this fight definitely is the height and reach. 6'1" to 5'7". That's a lot of length. And then you throw experience in on that. Now, I did get to see Spencer in the back, and boy, is this guy a tree stomp.
Yeah, he looks thicker than a Snicker.
So, if he can walk through some of these strikes and land the strikes he wants to land, then he's going to be okay. Yeah. He'll be okay. So, Now, we saw Campbell in the previous fight from Conquer make the adjustments. I wonder what type of adjustments they make in this fight because of that tremendous height difference. Before, we made adjustments because of strategy. Now, we're going to be forced to make adjustments because of the tools that God gave you.
And that's the striking coach at Road Combat Club is Coach Michael Cowlo. I hope I'm saying that last name correctly, or Cowlo. But yeah, I mean, Alex Tyler used to do a lot of the teaching and coaching over there, but I know that Michael's been there almost as long, or if not longer.
Because Tyler went to Thailand or something, right?
What he's been, I believe he's back now,
Okay.
but yes, he was in Thailand for several years. But you know what Michael Cowlo and these guys at Road Combat Club have done with their striking program, they've reinvented some of these guys.
Nice.
Phil Kratz is a reinvented guy from from the Phil Kratz that fought Josh Crouch to what we've seen here tonight is going to be completely different.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm excited to see what they've done with Christian since he picked up his first win. He is every bit of 100.
And his opponent fighting out of the red corner, standing 5'7" tall, looking to get their first win in the cage. Fighting out of Conquer Martial Arts, please welcome Brandon Spencer.
Hey, look, if that crowd response to Christian was
The loudest of the night by far.
so far, if that's an indicator, we don't need to have this fight. Here comes the tree stomp. Because he was sitting down when I was talking to him. I was like, look at the shoulders on this guy. I thought he was going to stand up and be at least my height or at least 6 feet. I was like, wow.
5'7" against 6'1". Big difference
This
here.
is going to be fun.
But he is thick.
Yes. Yes.
And we all know a guy like that can usually hit pretty hard if the data is to suggest anything.
Yes. If those shoulders hold up and that chin is on those shoulders, this guy's going to be here to fight all night.
And that's Brandon Spencer in the red headgear. Christian Williams with the blue gloves and the black headgear.
I'm not sure if I like the way his trunks are hanging off. I don't want to have a...
Maybe they could be a little tighter. Man, they come right to the center and start throwing bombs.
Yes.
And that plum clinch is a big deal for, I mean, you know, Donnie, if you want him to stop, you got to put hands on him.
Well, like you said, Donnie doesn't like the clinch.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, he's really got to be closer than that when he stops it. Huge cross from Christian Williams. That slowed him down, and that head kick follows up shortly. And now we see Spencer fighting with his eyes closed. That's not a good sign. More straight punches. The straight punches are landing all night for the longer fighter, Williams.
Yeah, Spencer looked like he's not enjoying it.
Donnie's quick on that stop. Huge jab, rocks him back. Left hand, right hand follow up. Christian Williams looking so clean on the strikes.
Both good exchange from both men at that point.
Johnny Buck calling for the right hand. He's calling for that right hand off the setup.
My goodness.
Oh, Christian Williams takes a big lead hand or gives a big lead hand. Brandon Spencer fires back, gets one, probably his best shot of the night, but it's being answered with 5 hard ones.
The problem is Spencer has T-Rex arms.
Oh,
good
nice.
inside cut
Nice. Good timing on that inside leg kick.
Again.
Just getting caught stepping forward, and you know that Conquer squad, they love that leg kick. Justin Williams likes to call for that.
My goodness.
And Christian Williams is stepping forward heavy on that lead leg, and I think that Justin Williams is recognizing that. Man, that is some good cornering, but Christian Williams hits him into the corner there. Donnie Jessup getting really close, almost got taken out there by a stray left hand. And that'll be the end of the first round, an action-packed one here to get back to business at Fight For It.
I think Donnie missed an opportunity to throw in 8 count, standing 8. Reason being is because under normal kickboxing rules, if the enclosure has to hold you up, in other words, if the enclosure had not been here, would you have fallen down? And I think Spencer might have fallen down, but you know, Johnny made a good call on it. He said it is what it is because Spencer was able to bounce back. But if these were ropes, there's no bounce back. You fall down. But good real-time adjustment with the inside leg kick coming from Spencer.
This third corner man for Conquer with the little guy. I mean, he is just doing the utmost. He's icing the guy. He's recording the VODs. I mean, he's doing everything.
Hey, not only are we going to see the future of the fight game, we're going to see the
future
of
the corner.
future of the corner, too.
He's got the stool. Is there anything this kid can't do?
Hey, if you tag along for the ride, you're going to work.
All right, Spencer looking a little tired in his debut as we head into the second round.
I think he got hit a lot.
Williams said in the corner several times, leg kicks, leg kicks, leg kicks. So let's see. Oh,
Knocks
mouthpiece
out the
is out. And, oh!
There's the first one.
Donnie, now let me tell you, Donnie does not like to let these amateur fights go on. He will call it, if you're looking a little rocky right here, he likes it. He's encouraging the fighter. He's calling for pause.
Yeah. He doesn't have much left, but he's still in it. Only thing that's going to help him is to land a good shot. If he can land a good shot, it'll get him back in the game.
Man, the straight punches from Christian Williams, it's all fundamentals in this fight, and he is messing up Brandon Spencer, rearranging him right now against the cage wall. Donnie's going to give that one 8. And Brandon Spencer's not just hurt, he's exhausted, and this crowd is calling for a finish from Christian Williams.
And you're going to get 3 knockdowns. You're going to get 3 knockdowns in this round.
The technical stoppage could be coming here for Christian Williams. He does not look exhausted. He does not look tired. He looks ready to go. He's up against a shorter fighter, and the straight punches that are so problematic when you go. Whoa! Whoa! The wacky, waving, wild wheel kick from Brandon Spencer. It's enough to keep Williams at bay, but only for seconds.
Oh, he finally weaves under one.
That was good movement. He's starting to flow. Now Christian Williams is starting to breathe a little bit. Finally, after 2 rounds of nothing but pace, he's finally starting to get some signs of wear on him. But he's been chopping hard, and Spencer's barely hanging in there with 19 seconds left.
Oh, my goodness. Tough guy. Tough guy. Oh, he is tired.
Oh, they're both tired now. Yep.
Yes. He did not anticipate spending this much money at Macy's.
Oh!
Outstanding. Outstanding.
Catches him with a late blow, but it's just at the bell. And Spencer is racked, and so is Williams.
Yes.
Spencer going with the tried and true Homer Simpson strategy of just letting the guy punch himself out and then coming online into the fight.
The only problem is that he's not made any adjustments behind it. Yeah, he's letting him work, but he needs to play his defense and then put some type of offensive strategy behind it. It goes back to show you what those kids were doing earlier. Win, lose, or draw, when Abby fought Abby, and Hook was taking the spin, and she was turning the corner. Now, you take this guy's aggressiveness, you give him an angle, boom, this fight looks a little bit different. But right now, he's just eating the punch. And he's trying to go forward with the guy who has
into the straight punches.
Much more length, much more reach, taller, and he's chasing.
It's like you were talking about in your video about Phil Kratz, the threshold.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to go. He has to go so far into that threshold.
He's got to go, and he's got to go fast if he's going to do that. If he's smart, he'll invest back into the leg kicks off of movement and don't just stand in front trying to throw a leg kick.
All right, round 3 of this 195-pound kickboxing fight between Road Combat Club's Christian Williams and Conquer Martial Arts' Brandon Spencer, who's been hanging tougher than a $2 steak.
He is tough. Good cross.
Oh, God, that cross is just there all night for Christian Williams.
He's trying to attack the body, forcing Christian causing a little bit of misdirection.
Yeah, Johnny Buck saying, I don't want you resting on the cage. Get off that cage.
Just fight it out. Let him fight it out.
Yeah, Donnie Jessup will let you go for a little bit here.
He dropped the mouthpiece, but he's got to fight out because he's got the forward press.
Big leg kicks from
he's
that
pressing
Confer
forward.
team, man. They love that kick, and it's been a good strike for them all night, but is it enough?
Uppercut through the middle. It's right there, but he didn't see it.
Man, Williams is tired,
Yes,
buddy.
he's got to survive this minute. He's got 1 minute.
He's resting on the cage wall, too, which is not a good sign.
Wow.
Spencer's fighting his way back into this, and they're in a phone booth now.
Yes, and he's got knees.
He's smiling.
Yes. Oh, that's a knockdown.
Oh,
That's
man.
a knockdown. He ate a knee and then went down. That's a knockdown.
Oh, man. Williams is exhausted here.
Yes.
And
This is ridiculous.
Oh, my God. World
What
star.
am I seeing?
World star.
What am I seeing here?
Some straight up Amanda
Oh,
Nunes
my
wine
God.
mom boxing.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, my God. Spencer is
Oh,
smiling. He's
my
coming
God.
on him. What a freaking fight.
Oh, my goodness.
Don Fry would be proud of that one.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, these two young men
Yes.
coming down the stretch here with 10 seconds left. They've had one of the best fights of the night so far.
Oh, my.
Brandon Spencer
Oh!
ends it so strong.
Oh!
That's so close to the bell.
He's got to answer the
Christian
bell.
Williams has got
He
it.
has to
Oh,
answer
my
the
God.
bell.
Brandon
He's got to
Spencer
answer
might
the
win
bell.
this right now.
He's got to answer the bell.
Oh, it's not. He's not getting up.
He's not.
Brandon Spencer wins it by knockout.
What did I
Oh,
just
my
see?
God.
What did I
That's
just
the
see?
craziest finish
What did I just
you're
see?
ever going to see
What
on
in
an
the-
amateur MMA
Oh.
show. Oh, my goodness.
That was outstanding.
One of the wildest
my God.
fights you are ever
Oh,
going to
my
see.
goodness.
Brandon Spencer, with 10 seconds left, embraces the violence, lands a huge body kick, and gets it done.
Oh, my goodness.
Thank you, buddy. That was crazy.
That just happened in our universe.
Yes, sir. Justin Williams with a good coaching
Justin
right there.
Mitchell. Justin Mitchell.
Justin Mitchell, sorry. Some insane coaching.
That just happened in our universe. This was not an alternate reality.
This is not a variant. This is not the multiverse.
Exactly.
This is your reality.
Oh,
Christian
my
Williams has
goodness.
been finished with 10 seconds in the round to remain,
Wow.
and he is still not up.
Wow.
1 second in the round left. Brandon Spencer, last time out, we saw the quickest finish in Fight For It history. We just saw the most last-minute finish in Fight For It history.
What a comeback. There are coaches in the NFL and the NCAA who should learn how to combat like this. When I talk about being always in the fight, this is what I am talking about. He's
Conquer
always in the
Martial
fight.
Arts has established themselves as a gym to watch
Oh,
out
my
for.
goodness.
I know wherever my man
Fighter to the
Doula
center
is,
of the ring.
he's going crazy.
Your winner,
Yes! Yes!
by KO from
Way to
Conquer Martial Arts, out of the red corner, Brandon Spencer.
Yes! That was
For
awesome.
5 minutes and 59 seconds, that man endured a
Hey, nice
beating.
round of applause for Christian Williams out there
Yeah.
too.
Fight of the night, no doubt about it. Gonna be a tough act to follow.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I'm telling you to support your local fighters, it is not hyperbole. I am telling you, these guys work hard to perform for you. You have to be here to feel the electricity in the room, but I'm telling you, that was an outstanding fight, and these guys need to be supported beyond tonight. Outstanding. Fantastic stuff. Look, we have Khalil and Rosenbom to end before the intermission to end it. This was a great way to
Fight
fight back
for
on the other side
delivers,
of
and
it.
this young man did today, that's for sure. Woo.
Oh my goodness, that was outstanding. And now we got my boys, the big boys.
All right, Jason
guys.
Collins controlling the action of this next kickboxing super heavyweight. Your first fighter out of the blue corner, standing 6'5" tall, with a record of 2-2, fighting out of Atlantic MMA. Please welcome Jason Doula.
So far, Fight For It 12 is 9-0.
9-0.
And 9-0 with delivering exciting fights.
Marcelo, Leslie. I mean, they're just catching dub after dub after dub.
Wow. This is exciting stuff.
Jason
Doula.
Victor Von Doula in the building tonight.
Looks ready to go. This was one of the ones I wanted to see.
And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, out of 8-point Muay Thai, standing 6'7" tall, with the undefeated record of 5-0. Welcome, Joe Suggs.
My biggest point of interest is, does Doula make adjustments early in this first fight? And does Suggs come out not being a slow starter?
Man,
what changes have been made? That's what I want to see.
Suggs is so scary. I mean, this is a guy that has just looked impossible to put away or to stop from coming forward. He just walks forward and delivers the punishment. I mean, he sticks to the game plan like no other super heavyweight I've ever seen.
We are not joking around. These are some.
Jason's a trip, man.
I hope Jason didn't set up his own knockout. I don't know. Jason's got a little heat on his body. Suggs looks a little dry. He might have been cooling off in the back a little too long, but we shall see. I think Suggs wins this if he can get busy early and stay busy.
Yeah,
But I
busy.
think-
That was the big thing in their first fight, right?
Yeah.
Joel was just so busy and so active.
Yes. I think Doula wins
And
if
look
he
how-
lets his hands go a little
Do
bit
you
more.
see how hard those two teeps just landed the body and
And
not
he-
dissuaded Suggs at all? Like, that's exactly what we said Jason needed to do. He did it, and it wasn't enough to stop him from coming forward.
Yes. You know, at this point, guys, this side just got to hit something. Don't worry about the impact or the effect. Just hit it. Leave that to the judges. Let them make that decision. You don't spar with a brick wall and expect it to be knocked out.
This is already kind of a different fight than their
Yes.
first fight. And I think Suggs is realizing that Jason is not the wacky guy that he once was. He's standing and trading now.
Yeah. Suggs is walking forward, but he's getting hit coming in.
Yeah, all he had to do really was walk forward in the last one, and it was enough to look at the footprint on his stomach from Jason Doula's teeth, by the way.
So here's the same situation. Suggs needs to start with those leg kicks early. He did the same thing in the last fight. He didn't start early, and then round 2 and 3, he found himself having to leg kick a lot more later. He needs to get that going now. Good knee to
Big
the
knee
body.
from Jason. I like that step-in knee. And you know, he at the last fight where these guys fought earlier this year, he was getting cornered really easily, and now he's circling out very well so far. He takes a big one to the cup right there.
Yes. And that means a lot more to guys this size.
Yeah, yeah, because that takes the wind out of you when you only got a certain amount of wind at that size.
Oh my goodness, these are big boys. The towers of power. Oh my goodness. First time I've seen the gloves taped up correctly. I think the last couple fights as the bigger boys, they were able just to have the sleeve rolled down, but they didn't have any tape on their gloves.
digging that teep of the body, and you know, oh, he tries the jump switch kick again. That's what got him in so much trouble in the first round of the first fight.
Yeah. He just needs to box. He doesn't need to load up. And then attack his own. The Doula needs to attack his own leg kick every once in a while, especially when Suggs is stepping. And Suggs just needs to do it. He's a genius at the leg kick. Again, 8 points Muay Thai, Conquer. They're all masters of the leg kick. They're from the same lineage. You're going to see that leg kick.
Man, Doula is so good at distance management. He's starting to kind of understand how to weave, how to move against the guy. And he really impressed me with the head movement in the last 10 seconds there. But Joel Suggs is just a machine, dude. He just always is on you.
Yes.
He is on you like white on rice.
The Honorable Chris Bodfelter managing the corner for Suggs. You know, he's a big He-Man fan.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. Yes. I think that, like you were saying, Doula's doing a great job in managing the distance, but because he's always been Superman flying around inside of the cage, he's not done it a lot, so he doesn't have the confidence just yet, the pure confidence to do it, because you see when Suggs starts to press him, he starts bouncing out very quickly, like this is an NBA basketball game. No, turn the corner, fire back, reset, do it as often as you need it until the other guy slows down. It's really simple mathematics, but you know what? I'm Einstein talking from the outside.
Yeah, right. It always seems like it.
I'm not in there inside.
Everybody looks like ants from 200 feet up in the air.
All right, fighter ready.
Joel Suggs showing a little bit of damage from that first round. That seemed like the longest first round of the night.
Woo!
I know they're all 2 minutes, but
Doula walked in on a straight jab, and a straight jab from these guys is like a cross.
yeah, seriously. Doula's doing everything he can to step out and get
Right.
to the middle of the ring again.
And you see what's happening to Jason. He's losing the footing.
He's crossing his legs up more.
He's running now. And part of it is because he's loading up every shot. And that only works if he can hit, run, and never get hit. But once Joel starts stepping in with those low leg kicks, all that running is going to make you pay. Because you're going to get tired.
Jason Collins, our ref, trying to get out of the way of these two monster trucks.
Good Stephanie himself. Suggs. And he's doing the right thing. He's walking down. He's walking him down.
Yeah, I mean, if you're, honestly, if you're Doula, what else can you do other than try to circle out to this level of extreme? Because, you know, he's made adjustments from the first time these guys fought, and it's just not been enough to stop Joel Suggs from coming forward. I mean, there's a reason this guy's 5-0. I mean, he is a tough bastard.
Yes. You just saw Suggs shrug his shoulders. He's relaxed in there. He's so relaxed. Oh, my goodness.
Now he's starting to catch Doula when he's getting away. So Doula's slowing down enough to where Joel can hit him coming out.
Well, that's a beautiful strategy to use against the cage. You run these guys into the corners, and as they turn out, they're actually closer to you. So push them back to the corner, force them to run out, and just throw something. You'll land it. Wow.
Yeah, Jason
Are you hearing that?
That cage might
Wow.
work. Now Joel Suggs really starting to come on strong here in this second round. It's looking like all Suggs.
If Suggs puts a left hook after the kick, especially on one of these corners, he will knock him out. Oh, now Suggs is calling out.
Suggs doesn't like it.
I like this. I like this.
But, you know, I can't really blame Jason for, I mean, it's not very smart for him to just hang out and box with Suggs because he's getting pieced up. And it's not like he's just going to sit there and let him finish him. So, I mean, he's doing everything he can to just adjust.
Well, that's the problem. He's not boxing. He's got hands, but he's just trying to load up.
Yeah, he is.
Boxing
He
is
loaded
touch,
up
touch,
big time.
pop. Touch, touch, pop. He's not doing the give and go. He's loading everything up. That's aiding to his fatigue. And then he's jumping around. That's aiding to his fatigue. And then when he chooses to throw kicks, he's throwing expensive energy kicks to the body and to the head. And Chris Bodfelter seems a little animated over here in the corner, but let me tell you why. Because Suggs hasn't knocked him out yet.
Yeah.
He is confident that they're winning the fight.
He said, I need to see the best Joel you've ever been in this round right now. I want you to put an exclamation point on this fight.
That's the only reason that he's animated right now. Because Suggs has done everything right so far.
Yeah, Suggs like I said, one of the best fighters I've seen in this cage at sticking to the strategy, sticking to the game plan. I've never even seen him show emotion until he became frustrated about not being able to catch Doula, but he's always looked so poised and relaxed in there that it's really hard for me to say, you know, this guy's mentally affected. Oh, he just nailed him right in the cup.
Now that
He
one-
nailed him hard. That was a hard shot. I don't know if that was revenge for all the running, but that'll definitely slow you down.
That one was nasty.
That's a bad one. That's one of the worst. That's one of the worst low blows I've seen because his legs were open too.
Oh my goodness. You hear the fans in the back with their own commentary. Oh my. Yeah, well, he'll get his 5 minutes, hopefully, and that's at the referee's discretion.
That's an interesting, interesting coaching.
What is that?
He said it's just adversity. No, it's getting hit in the balls. I mean, we've all had it happen to us.
It's just that.
You know, if you're a gentleman, you're watching this, you've had it happen at least once in your life. It's not.
Yeah.
And he
I applaud him for being up, but it's still a minute 52 to go. It's still a minute 52 to go. Oh my goodness. You know, I've seen all kinds of tricks where you shake that out, where guys will stomp, guys will do splits, guys will rub it. Dude, the only thing that fixes it is time.
The tricks.
Time is the only thing that fixes it. And I'm surprised, I mean, I don't know if they're wearing steel cup or not, but I'm surprised that they would be wearing the old jock strap type cup, you know.
All right, fighters. Timekeeper. Time in.
Gotta go with that.
Oh,
Doula's rocked now.
comes a leg kick and a hook. Leg kick and a hook. He's going to put a leg
Now
kick
they're
with that
actually
hook.
firing. I think Doula is sensing the moment here.
He's going to turn him on the corner, leg kick and a hook.
Takes a big straight jab there, and like you said, a guy that big jabbing you feels like a cross for most fighters.
Yes. Especially when he's accurate with it.
And he is accurate. Suggs is a very accurate thrower.
Ooh, big check hook.
And Suggs is on him immediately. He's recognizing when Doula is really hurt.
Yes.
And when he actually,
Ooh.
yeah.
And that's what he's doing. Force him back to the cage, make him turn, make him pay. Press him, press him, press him, and then fire.
1 minute left here in this super heavyweight bout at Fight For It.
And Duly just got to let his hands. He's got to do something. He's got to do something. Just got to throw. Just got to throw. And do more of that. Mix up the attack, high and low.
Yeah, nice level change. It's the first time I've seen him go to the body with the hands.
Yeah. Mix up that attack, high and low.
Jason Collins struggling to get out of the way. These guys are quick for their size.
Oh my good, his kick bounced off of Suggs' leg.
Yeah, didn't do anything.
Return to sender.
Suggs is in pursuit now, as he has been for the past 3 rounds.
Uppercut, nice.
That's it, 3
That's
rounds
good.
in the books. These guys have gone 6 full rounds with each other now.
Yes. A lot of respect. When you get to work in a cage with a guy or a ring or any enclosure over and over, you learn to respect the other guy. Good, coach. Outstanding. Still a good fight. little snafu with the opening of the third round, but still a good fight overall.
Yeah, Joel Suggs certainly not a slow starter in this one. He came out, put the violence on him early and often, and kept the pace up for 3 straight rounds. Every round was Joel Suggs, in my opinion, and it was Joel Suggs all day. One of them even should have been a 10-8, in my opinion.
Fighters to the center of the ring as we have a decision.
All right.
Your winner and still undefeated, Joel Suggs.
I want Suggs versus
Fighting out of
Chad
8
Collins.
points Muay Thai.
I want,
Nice round
I
of
want
applause,
Joel Suggs
Jason
versus Chad
Doula.
Collins.
Everybody, good job out there, Mr. Doula.
Zach who?
Tad Collins.
Oh, Tad. Oh.
Yeah. That's what I want.
Oh my God. I hadn't thought about that. Oh my
For the
God.
Fight For It super heavyweight title.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Man.
That'd
Might
be a
have to
good
add
fight.
you to the matchmaking roster as well. Hey, you're supposed to be over here commentating. Now
That
you're
one
trying
was free. That one was free.
trying to pick up another job. Oh my goodness, that would be a very interesting fight.
I would love to see that. Love
Yeah.
to see that fight. And really, I was trying to think.
I would
who
love to
else
see
is
that
out there?
belt. I would love to see that belt.
I just was thinking to myself, who else is out there for Suggs? He's
Yeah.
6-0 now.
Yeah.
How are we gonna say who he fights next if he doesn't
Exactly.
fight for a belt? If he doesn't go pro?
He's got to be hitting more of these regional tournaments, the WKAs, IKFs. I don't think that locally right now that unless you have a Tad Collins, I don't think he's challenged. And as a super
I mean, there
heavyweight.
was a reason he took the Doula fight again, is because it was one of the only fights that was on the table, I assume.
Yeah. As a super heavyweight. Wait a minute, don't we have a super heavyweight champion right now?
Kickboxing?
And Caleb Harris.
That's in MMA.
That's MMA. That's right. That's right. Shout out to my boy Caleb. That's right. That's MMA. Maybe I get he's probably listening. I get rolling to gain a few pounds, leave MMA alone, come back to kickboxing. Maybe we have that matchup. Oh my goodness. Outstanding so far. I mean, that was pretty decent for output. I think the first fight was better, in my opinion, but I still thought that was decent output.
Well, it was a different dynamic from the first fight to this fight, because Doula did change. He did make adjustments, but Suggs was ready.
Right.
And it wasn't enough of a change to stop Suggs from his usual game plan.
I would love to get inside his head and know, hey, what happened when you looked so composed in round one, and then round two, you started becoming flighty again. You know, you seem to be unstable.
He started feeling it. Started feeling the power.
I wonder if it was just a power or a doubt, because remember, the guys decide you got to land, and you cannot dictate the result. You got to land, you got to move, you got to land, you got to move.
It's hard for doubt not to creep in when you're hitting a guy with everything you got, and he's just walking forward like a Sasquatch, you know?
But again, when we talk about the conditions of the fight, that mental is so important.
Yeah.
And if you listen to a lot of the guys in the UFC now talk about where they are in their careers, one of the things that a lot of these guys are talking about is the psychology. They say, hey man, I spend more time focusing on what I think about, staying focused and engaged in the fight more than I think about the techniques that I'm using.
That mental, yeah.
And I don't want to be unfair and compare an amateur
All
with a pro.
right, ladies and gentlemen. Going to keep the action rolling out here for you to our next kickboxing fight of the night. And then we have a title fight after this one. So here we go. Coming to you at the 145-pound division. Fighting out of the blue corner from the yard. Standing 5 foot 7 inches 10 with a record of 7-5. Please welcome Deonte Hanu McQueen.
And something tells me that this gentleman is an independent fighter, or that he came with no corner, because his corner is Josh Crouch and Leslie Steiner, and he is certainly not from Atlantic MMA.
From everything that I could find on him, he's got more of a classical karate background, and which can be helpful. We do forget that American kickboxing does have the karate base and the boxing base, so he might be holding truer to the lineage more so than what modern guys are doing, who are adding a lot more Muay Thai to their game. But he's also he has a holistic approach to his whole lifestyle. You know, just using plants and herbs to heal himself, meditation and thought. These things
And
can
his
heal the
opponent
body.
fighting out of the red corner, standing 5 foot 8 inches tall with a record of 7 wins, 2 losses. From Rollins Kickboxing Academy, please welcome Brendan Rollins.
You know, McQueen probably has a stronger mind and a stronger body that we can give him credit for, because we're only looking at a guy who didn't bring a corner, so we thinking, oh, that's lack of professionalism or whatever. But you know how many times these guys go out and do point karate tournaments? They go out and do variant tournaments like Taekwondo tournaments and things in their area. I think he's out of Georgia. So he's doing all of these other things. There are things that we don't even know that has prepared him for this moment. And Brendan Rollins, you know.
Brandon Rollins, he is formerly of that Tap Out Fitness gym with Marcus Paul Davis, but now he's hanging out with Saul over at Immortales Fight Club and kind of doing his own thing with the Rollins Kickboxing Academy. I know he's teaching a lot of kids, but this is a guy who we've seen time and time again surprise us with how technical he can be, how fast he can be, for somebody who's doing a lot of teaching himself. Of course, he had that victory over Bobby Wasabi Martin way back in 2018. I think that was the last time we saw him at Fight For It. But he is an experienced kickboxer.
And he's going to have a little bit of advantage because he has his corner. He has people that have trained him, that know him in his corner.
You hear that?
Setting up a side kick from McQueen. You can just see the way he's standing. That's too far. That stance is too far away for a push kick.
And Rollins always comes in great physical shape. Both these guys looking good physical condition.
Using a Philly shell boxing style.
Yeah, that tight guard, that tight high guard that he likes, that's benefited him very well, especially against Bobby. Bobby Martin had a hard time landing through that guard. I rewatched that fight the other day, getting ready for this one. And I think already I'm seeing some different looks from Brandon Rollins that I hadn't quite seen before, especially from this switch stance.
Good knees to the body from Brandon.
And he's in there with Dale Fry. So these guys are practically going to get into a wrestling match.
If Rollins slows down and takes a look, he'll notice his opponent's chin is just sitting in the air to be hit. But he's smothering his own shots right now. He's rushing straight in.
Just by getting so far in.
Right. Just relax and he'll see it. You'll see the chin sticking up. I wouldn't be surprised to just throw up a right leg kick.
Okay. So McQueen now firing back. He's finally getting some shots in of his own, but Brandon Rollins' knees keep coming up. Dale laying down the law. No nonsense Dale Sunshine Fry there.
It was actually closer to I thought a knee to the head.
It was closer to the head than it was. Yeah. I think it was like collarbone area.
I think Rollins realized the chin is up now.
Yeah, Rollins is hurting him.
Because you see him pacing himself when he gets close to him now. He's not going straight to the clinch. He's coming in behind a high guard, watching through his guard, and then releasing. Watch. He sees that chin.
Yeah, he's finding it. Yeah, nice call, Seth. He's stepped in on it now.
More hands go now.
10 seconds left in this opening round.
Oh, my goodness. McQueen's got his mouth guard open. Let's say round 2 if this keeps up.
Great opening round for Brandon Rollins.
Yeah. It was. I mean, everybody in the room, Stevie Wonder, Ray Charles, everybody saw that. Everyone saw that.
McQueen maybe landed 2 punches, I believe, during
he's fighting so defensive. It's hard to give him anything.
Yeah, definitely.
And when even, you come from the fight world. I've been a kickboxer. I've been an MMA fighter. I want to be sympathetic, but at the same time, I want to be realistic. Like, come on now. Come on, guys. We're here to fight. Let's do that. You don't win fights in combat sports playing the defense. You know, this is not, you know, this in our sport, we make our marks by smashing other people in the head. That is what we do. This is not basketball where the contact's incidental.
Yeah.
This is not football where you share it with 12 other guys. This is direct. And if you're going to be in this sport, you've got to be prepared for that. And he's too defensive right now. I don't think he's 100% as prepared as he could have been. Even with 12 fights under his belt, he should know better than this. He's not fighting like a guy with 12 fights. We saw some 0-0s earlier.
Some of those fights might have been in Saskatchewan.
We saw some 0-0s earlier who fought with a lot more dignity than this.
All right, round 2.
If he keeps up what he's doing, Brandon's going to get him out of there.
Immediately backing up before the first blows are even exchanged. Just shows a lot of doubt.
Yeah. You hear his corner, take your time, because they know the chin's up, and he hasn't fixed it.
Yeah.
The body's leaning forward, and the chin is in the air.
Every knee to the body Brandon Rollins lands is a big one. You can hear him.
Yes.
And they add up. It doesn't take long, even though these are only 2-minute rounds. They add up quick when you're getting as many as he is. Oh,
that head kick.
That was pretty clean. Not quite clean enough to knock him out, but, man, he is on Hurt Street.
Anything to the head now is going to work for him. All he has to do is just throw it in the general direction.
Yeah, Brandon Rollins is not the type of guy who throws an enormous amount of head kicks or has an extreme amount of head kick finishes, but he does have nice combinations and nice setups that lead to kicks, whether they're low like that one to the body. I'd love to see him start switching it up to the head more, especially if he's going to be taking fights with no headgear like this.
Come out, head him out. Here we go.
Nice.
McQueen is really slowing to the point of getting trapped in these corners by Rollins now.
Nice.
Saul from Immortales is loving the knees from Brandon Rollins, sounds like.
At this point.
Yeah. Brandon Rollins is a guy who finishes people with the hands more often than not, and he's finally put the hands on him. As I say that, the commentator's curse comes in, and he lands a super clean head kick to the side of the face.
Good body shot.
Man, let me tell you, Deonte McQueen has taken 2 big head kicks in that round and stood up like they were nothing. I mean, this guy, you know, say what you want about him, he's got a chin on.
Yeah, but the only problem is it's sitting in the air.
Yeah.
Deonte McQueen is wishing right now that he was still at home. The body language tells me he doesn't want to be in here, and I don't know if he can survive another 2 minutes. I think he's ready to quit on the stool.
They're done.
He doesn't look like he's ready to go.
And they're going to call it.
Yeah.
Deonte McQueen is going to quit on the stool here.
Yeah.
He's been hit in the body so many times. I don't think he can keep going. You got to raise your hands higher than that, Dale. Thank you. Thank you. People can't see when you do it down here at the waistline, buddy. Brandon Rollins, by technical stoppage, by fighter withdrawal, whatever you want to call it, he picks up the finish at the end of round Deuce.
I think when Dale said you didn't get hit low and get up, I think it changed it. No, that didn't
He
make sense for the fight.
put it on him.
Fighter to the center of the ring.
Rounds. Frankly, Brandon Rollins has never looked better, and he picks up a finish.
Your
in his
winner
return
by
to fight
corner
for it.
stoppage, fighting out of the red corner, Brandon Rollins, fighting out of Immortals MMA. Immortals MMA.
Immortales.
That's right.
What are you going to do?
It was
All we can do is tell him. All we can
Immortales.
Immortales.
My man Saul. I've had the privilege of working with him years ago. when they were part of that whole United Tribe organization and before they broke away. But that was when Alex Banks was still part of Team Rock and had United Tribe Boxing. We did a lot of camping together. So I know the product that they're bringing is going to be good. And they take kickboxing arts very seriously. Yeah.
What a fight between Brandon Rollins and Deonte McQueen, a showcase fight for Brandon Rollins. He continues to impress every outing. It's only a matter of time before this guy's got a belt around his waist in this 145-pound weight class, let me tell you.
Outstanding stuff. Fantastic. It is title time.
Title time.
We're about to see if my words hold true about Phil Kratz.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got your first title fight of the night getting ready to happen. At this time, we're going to welcome Sticks and Tones back here as they play our national anthem. Okay, everybody, please stand up. It's time to get this show on the road and see who will be presenting with this next title fight on the line. All right, your first fighter comes to you out of the blue corner, standing 6 foot 1 inches tall. Fighting out of Rogue Combat Club, please welcome Phil Kratz.
There was a time where he went by King. I'm not sure if he's still King Phil, but if he fights anything like he did in his last outing, it is certainly going to be a performance royalty worthy. And there is Philip Kratz making the walk once again for Rogue Combat Club.
I love that smile. I love the style. I am looking forward to seeing him just get in and execute for 5 rounds. Five rounds. That's all that really matters.
5 long, hard rounds.
He come out and execute.
And he's going to go see the Rogue Nation.
The one thing you love about Rogue Combat is you see Deuce Carter is at the cage with him. These smaller teams, everybody is the support unit.
Yep.
It's not just a separate.
Everybody chips in.
Everybody. I don't think he'll
100%.
stay out here the corner, but just walking your teammate out, it will give you that extra boost that you need. And I have no doubt that Philip is going to be out here when Deuce goes for his title. Look at him, singing, relaxed, dancing. Oh my goodness. I'm hoping just for a beautiful fight. You can't beat that energy.
No, that Rogue Combat team has brought so many supporters out here tonight.
My thing is, look, become legendary. You know, get in here, fight these fights, become legendary. If I can channel my inner macho man once again this week, ooh yeah, dig it. That's what I want to see, man. I just want to see these guys channel something greater than themselves, put it on display. Let it all hang out, man. Let it all hang out. Yes, indeed.
And his opponent, fighting out of Arima, standing 5 foot 10 inches tall with a record of 13-2. Please welcome George Copa.
Now, here's the fun part about it.
170-pound title on the line tonight. 5 rounds.
One thing I like what Phil did, he took his time, and it's something we've tried to teach younger fighters. They're not going to disqualify you
For taking your time.
from your cage walkout. Take your time, get into your rhythm, your zone. You know, don't take too much time, but take all the time they will allow. Because the promotion will hurry you along if you're taking too much time.
All right, gentlemen, we went over the rules in the back. Protect yourselves at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Touch them up, good luck, and back them up.
There we go.
Probably about 1.5 inches reach advantage for Phil Kratz. He's coming out southpaw.
Lexi needs to tie that shoe. Somebody tell her to tie that shoe. She's going to fall in here.
Here we go, title on the line. Make some noise. Let's cheer your fighters on.
I'd hate for the first time we test out the liability insurance to be on a ring girl and not on a fighter. All right, so, you know, George Copa, Phil Kratz stepping up to the plate, doing 5 rounds, no shins, no headgear, pretty crazy stuff. Copa, obviously the more experienced fighter and the more winning fighter by the record, but Phil Kratz not far behind him with 10 fights and has become a very different fighter since he was 3-6.
And he's doing so far what Copa does. Bounce in and out, bounce in and out.
He's in there against the real deal, you know. And now they're throwing head kicks already. You know, this is one of those things where no shins, no headgear. That's a very, very dangerous strike.
One thing you'll always notice about Copa is once he jumps in and then jumps back out, he jumps back at range. And if Phil will figure this out and can follow him back with combos. And that's what Phil does very well. He does throw combos. George tends to lead a little bit more with onesies, but that makes him tired in the later rounds because he's putting so much into every one punch or one strike.
This fight's been primarily in the center of the cage because neither one of these guys has given an inch so far.
There's Phil with the first combo.
Yeah, Phil with the very significant first victory in exchange.
So with him, he's just got to figure out where Copa's going to be and then let his hands go. But watch, Copa's going to throw and then jump right back into range. Boom, and then he's at range. And all Phil has to do is at range. All Phil has to do is figure that out and keep throwing combos back at range.
Landing across the elbows 3 times there, and those were hard kicks. Copa's throwing hard, man. I really don't like it when he starts off throwing this hard, but you know, so far he's kind of put it on.
Yeah, he's got to remember this is a 5-round fight.
Yeah.
And with his kind of natural speed, he could just stay ahead of guys. A lot of these fights, he could just stay ahead and never lose a round, ever.
Very close, very competitive opening round there. Only one major exchange for one fighter or the other. Like you said, some single shots landed for Copa, but the only significant combination of the round came from Katz, it looked like. But, you know, those body kicks that he tripled up on, I think one of them might actually snuck through, but it looked like the other 2 were clean across the elbow.
What to pay attention to is Kratz's response. He was able to stay focused and engage. He knows what's coming. Yeah, it sucks, but he knows what sucks. And so he's going to be able to make adjustments and get back into the fight. The 2 things that he does very well, actually the 3 things, he counters very well with combos, which we did see he did once. He gets into the clinch, and then offensively, he starts letting his own long strikes go. But he kind of does it opposite of Copa. Copa leads with it. Phil kind of does it toward the end.
Johnny Buck, the head coach over there at Road Combat Club, takes the lead in the corner more often than not. Even though Michael Khalil is the Muay Thai coach, he kind of lets the strategist, the general, Jay Buck 1, take it over. Interesting. And that Rima corner, they've been so successful with Copa. I think he's been there his whole career.
I remember Rima when John Reese out of New Jersey was down here running. That gym's been around a while.
These guys keep exchanging. Copa is really slinging legs, dude. He's really looking to put Katz out. You know, one thing I think is kind of underrated about Copa is he is pretty defensively sound. Like, he's pretty good at knowing when he's overstayed his welcome. Like you said, he knows when to bounce back but stay in range.
That's the first time I've seen him actually follow up. And everything I've watched about him.
Well, he's starting to slow him down too, but you know, I think we're seeing a Copa who's anxious to finish Katz. He wants this fight to be an exclamation point on his amateur career, it looks like.
Like you said, we did say that earlier, he's going pro.
That is the word on the street.
So, well, not the word on the street. He's already got a fight listed on the internet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, he sends the mist flying off of Kratz's glove with that kick. Man, Copa's throwing some hard shots. Again, to the glove of Katz. He's landed some, but a lot of them have been blocked. But, you know, when you're throwing this many at this rate with this kind of power and you're not getting punished for it, eventually one of them might get through. And these are strong enough to end the fight.
I mean, he's controlled a minute and a half of this, and Katz has
Yeah,
done very
this has
little.
been a very different second round. It's all Copa here in this second round. Katz needed that front kick. He got him off the cage, but now he's right back where he started from, and Copa's laying it on. Oh! That spinning back kick at the end, I think landed a lot cleaner than Katz gave it credit for. He no-sold it.
You know, I see something in that corner that I don't agree with.
What?
Deuce Carter out here, working the corner with him. That's a mistake. That's a mistake. He should be in the back focusing on his own fight. So, you know.
You were thinking like he would walk out with them and then walk back to the back and get ready.
Yeah.
But you're saying that him staying out here the whole time and working is not good.
If Katz has a negative situation going on, it could.
He's absorbing that energy.
Yeah, to borrow that energy. And Copa is already starting to turn it up just in round 2 more than I've ever seen him do. I've never seen Copa
This
hit, reset, and go back in with a combo.
aggressive, yeah.
First time I've seen it. Everything I've watched, he resets and just picks you apart. Resets and picks you apart.
A new George.
Yeah. And I think, hey, that's fair enough. He's going to need that going into a professional MMA fight. He's going to need that new change-up. Throw his opponents off.
All right. Phil Katz, Copa, round 3. This one's for the belt. Still got 2 more rounds potentially of this madness, but it has been Copa coming on strong in these last 2.
It is the Copa show at this point. Nothing stops him. He's resetting, attacking. 4 or 5.
Question mark kick, jumping, leaping, switch
6,
kicks.
7.
He's feeling himself, ladies and gentlemen.
There's nothing answered back from Katz so far. Nothing significant anyway.
Very dynamic striking from George Copa. Lots of different looks and very hard to keep up with for Phil Katz.
And again, Phil is fighting defensively. At some point in time, you've got to take over the fight.
Oh, he's getting escorted into that corner over and over again by Copa, and he's having more and more trouble as the fight goes on getting out.
I hope Phil's strategy isn't to let him wear himself out for 3 rounds, because you don't see George. He may lose rounds 4 and 5, but you don't see him bowing out of those rounds.
Yeah, he's gonna hang.
Yes.
You're not gonna be able to just magically finish him.
So I hope that is not the strategy. He's got to fight. He's got to settle down and
at
fight.
this point, Copa is bullying him.
Yes. And here's the beautiful part about it is everything that Phil should be doing and normally does, Copa's not allowing him to do it. This is like in the NBA when teams are used to scoring 100 points and then Jordan comes to town and he limits them to 70 points. They don't know how to respond.
Oh, big shot from Copa. He's swarming him along the cage wall now.
He's doing a lot of things I'm not seeing. Working the body.
Man, Phil Katz has done such a good job of not showing how bad he's hurt, but man, I think some of these are getting through. My personal opinion as a commentator, obviously I'm not in there with him, but some of these are landing in a way that I think they're causing him to shell up, and it's just continuing this downward spiral of defensiveness from Philip Katz.
He can make it back.
Of
but
course.
he can't use it as a strategy.
Of course, of course.
You know, Ali let George Foreman wear him down as a strategy that he trained for. He deliberately let his sparring partner hit him without firing back. He deliberately ran mile after mile after mile for endurance. All right? But I don't think Phil did that. I don't think you can rope a dope George Copa. I think you have to settle down, fight this guy. The key is he's got to punch with George in the middle. George is only throwing 1 or 2 shots at a time, so you got to match him in the middle. Right after the first shot, just let your hands go. You're getting hit anyway, so let your hands go. Because the more he shells up and blocks and checks kicks, the more he's definitely losing the fight because he's not able to fire back. Fire back in between shots.
All right, round 4. We're in the championship territory now, the golden rounds. And this is traditionally when Copa takes his foot off of the gas, especially when he's up by this much.
We shall see.
But we will see.
He's a brand new guy. No, it's not brand new yet because Phil is still throwing his punches out and trying to draw his hips back. You can't move forward and backward at the same time. You have to commit. Look at Copa. Usually he gets into the clinch and he hangs out. He's using it now to fight. He's a different guy, and I don't think Phil's prepared for this type of Copa.
Yeah, this is a George Copa who's ready for the pro scene right here. And man, he is punishing Phil Katz here in this 4th round. He is looking for the finish, and Phil Katz has no answers and no mouthpiece.
Wonder if the referee saw it. Ooh, that was a little low right there. That one. Ooh,
Donnie's going to let it fly. Could have been low, but I think it might have been clean. I got to see a replay. Stomp on the, dude, you see that foot stomp?
Give him a standing 8. This is a standing 8. Too much barrage here. This is a standing 8. Phil's just, he's got to see his moment. He's got to take it, or he's going to be locked out of this
Phil's
fight.
looking checked out in there, man. I don't like how his eyes look. You know, like and when he gets hit, he's sometimes looking at the ground, like away from Copa, and that's not what I want to see in round 4. You know.
The last thing you need to do is something energy expensive when you are tired. Learn that, young fighter.
I don't know if he is tired. I think he's just been getting hit so much. I don't think he's tired.
Well, all I can say about that, my commentating partner, is let your head get bounced around a few times.
Oh well,
and
yeah.
I will show
Obviously,
you how tired you will be.
Getting hurt makes you tired. Don't let me, misspeak completely here. What I'm saying is like, he's not heaving and breathing and coughing.
Right.
He's not
body
gassed.
tired.
He's not. Yeah, exactly. You're right. He's not body tired.
Yeah.
He's fight tired.
He's fight tired, but mentally he's gone, and then the trepidation is there because I'm tired of getting hit, for one, and I'm scared of getting hit, and I don't know what to do on the backside of it.
A kind of competitive first round, but ever since those
then,
first 2 minutes
it's been the
collapsed,
Copa
it has been the Copa show, the Copa Cabana.
So I'm not sure. And I like the style of Katz. I like version 2.0, but I'm not sure what he can do. I don't know if he can channel 3.0.
I think we were like, George Copa versus Phil Katz 2.0 is a great fight. What we weren't expecting was Copa 2.0
right.
to come against Phil 2.0. But,
Yep.
if you're going to take that big leap, if you're going to cross that line in the sand and go pro, this is what you need to look like. This is a professional athlete right here, ladies and gentlemen.
I tell you what, when I see stuff like this, I'll buy a ticket. If he looks like this in his next fight,
100%.
I'll buy a ticket. And this is the showcase where you make people want to buy or invest in you.
Round 5 rather, in this championship bout for George Copa and Phil Katz.
This is where you become legendary.
Katz,
what are you made of?
Finally landing. Copa likes it.
What are you made of?
He digs to the body. Oh my goodness, Copa with a jumping switch kick to the groin area. Johnny Cage would be proud. That is a fight-ending worthy switch kick to the cojones. I've seen some bad low blows tonight, just tonight. That one is up there. I think Joel Suggs with the shovel kick was a little bit better.
Let's see what it looks like.
This is a bad angle for it. Oh no, it might be good. This angle might be good.
Push it back.
Yeah, his foot just went straight in there, right in there.
The knee goes up, but the foot is parallel, so it travels. Yeah.
And Phil Katz is showing a lot of damage. The Caucasian curse, of course.
Just a lot of wear and tear
when you're
throughout the course of this entire fight.
Nice, dude, the movement and the slickness from Copa is insane. He's right on that body. He is taking some shots to the head, but he's like, you know what, I'll take that. I'll take that to give 3 to the body real quick, smoke these ribs, and see if they're ready for the sauce. Oh my goodness. George Copa has got more game than a wildlife reserve, and he is putting it all on Phil Katz right now.
Controlling the cage, controlling the fight, controlling Phil Katz inside of his head, controlling everything.
We've got to be getting close to the end of this round here as Copa continues to buzzsaw through Phil Katz. Man, it has been a rough night at the office for Phil Katz for 5 straight rounds as Copa creeps further and further away towards the winner's circle.
Tag team partner, I don't know how you can use buzzsaw and office in the same sentence because they don't go together. This is a lumber mill, and Copa is chopping everything up in sight.
Copa, wow, another one. Another one.
That was minimal, young man, but it was.
How are you going to say that after he's already been kicked 3 times in the groin in one round?
How
are you going to tell him it's minimal?
I have had Donnie referee some of my fights and some of my guys, and he will tell you.
I mean, you know,
He will tell you.
It might be minimal, but it's not like he hasn't already been kicked 3 times in the crotch. You know, like those grazers are sometimes the ones that hurt the worst anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Copa's got good defense, like you said.
Yeah, his movement.
Fine. Good fight. I don't know why people aren't clapping. Yes, that's a good fight.
People aren't clapping because 90% of the building's here to see Phil Kratz. And Copa just put it on him for 5 straight rounds with no mercy and not a sign of stopping. I mean, Copa looks like he could go another 5.
Yes.
T. Yang still got his shirt off. See if T. Yang wants to get in here and fight Copa real quick.
That's right. I did see T. Yang earlier. He's still
He's walking around with no shirt on, fight gear on, hands wrapped, like he's going to get a second fight.
You get that first win, you want some more.
Phil Kratz is showing a lot of damage on his back just from getting bounced into the cage. It's tough, man. It's tough when you're white as the driven snow. You know, people are going to see marks on yourself. Then that always looks bad to the judges, but I don't think there's any situation in which you can say Phil Kratz won
I don't think
anything more than that first round.
If you call it any differently,
You're blind.
then I definitely don't know anything about fighting.
The Honorable Sal D'Amato might see that one for Kratz. Copa looked better than ever, man. He looked better than ever. It's hard to believe that this guy, his tenure as a menace to the amateur kickboxing scene in North Carolina is coming to an end. This is a guy who's fought them all and beat them all.
All right, fighters to the center of the ring. Winner of the 170-pound title belt from Arima. Out of the red corner, George's Copa.
That man's name is George. You don't have
Hey,
to
hell of a
pronounce
round
the
of
ES.
applause for Phil Kratz, ladies and gentlemen,
You've only worked 6
out
shows
of
with him.
Rogue Combat Club.
And that is most likely the final time you will see an amateur title wrapped around George Copa's waist. The
As
next time we
Copa
see that,
improves his record to 14.
He's got enough of them.
it'll
and
most likely
2.
be a pro belt.
He's got enough of those belts.
He says if you want this title belt, come and get it.
No, I doubt that.
Unless Fight For It 13 is next weekend.
See if I can get the champ to give me a shot.
Go meet him by the door.
Hey,
Suggs.
champ. Hey, champ. Nah, I don't want to lead the commentary. We're good. We're good. I'll catch him in the back. You know, Dylan, I've told you I love it when I write this stuff up, and I'm wrong. I love it. I love it when I'm wrong. I thought Phil could do it, but I think the point you made was I'm looking at Phil version 2.2, version 2, and Copa came out
Looking like George Propa.
version 2.
Yeah.
And
I mean, honestly,
He might have
Seth,
been.
I mean,
He might have been 3.0.
is there a sport where it's easier to be surprised, or there are more surprises? I mean, think about last weekend with Juliana Pena and Amanda Nunes. You know,
That is true.
I won a little bit of money off Juliana Pena, but that's only because anytime there's a plus 1,000 underdog, I'm betting on them.
Yeah.
But you know, I would say most people weren't expecting something like that. Most people weren't expecting Brandon Spencer to be able to finish Christian Williams with 1 second left in the fight. But
Oh
that's
my
why we
God.
love MMA. It is the gold, or that is why we love combat sports.
Right.
There's always that golden snitch floating out there waiting on you to catch it
Again,
and win the game.
Only in combat sports where we are recognized for destroying our opponent. You know,
And we're given the opportunity to win even up until the last moment.
the very last one. Always
very
in the
last
fight.
moment.
Always in the fight.
you know, so often I watch an NFL game or an NBA game, and there's a whole 15 minutes left of play left, and there's just no point in it because I know the result. It's coming. It's just a steady result coming. There's not going to be a situation where you can instantly score 30 points, right? But in MMA, it's always out there, or, you know, combat sports in general.
That one punch, that one knockdown.
It's always there.
In Spencer's case,
or just the idea of someone looking completely different than the last time we saw them. Just deciding to do something different with their career, with their fighting style, with their conditioning, whatever the case may be, that little change that results in these big, dramatic differences.
I mean, your point is solid, valid. Copa might have had it in his mind, hey, look, I'm going pro. It's time for me to be someone different.
I agree.
And became that person tonight. I would love to go pick his brain and find out what was going on leading up to this fight. What inspired you to be bigger than yourself? What inspired you to change? What did he internalize?
Well, that's a Mad Coach video I'm looking forward to, my friend. While we're hanging out with you guys, me and Seth both have YouTube channels. You can check us both out on YouTube. Him, the Mad Coach Seth Stevenson, and me at Scrapologist MMA. I mostly do reviews of UFC cards, and I'm starting to get the idea that maybe I want to do more local stuff like you do. I know that you do fight breakdowns, not just for local stuff, but you also, you dip your toes into the pro stuff every now and then too, right?
I have people that ask me about, hey, Coach, why did this fighter? Let me just be straight with you. I have people from the UFC or guys who train at gyms with UFC fighters, and they will inbox me, say, hey, Coach, what about this and what about that? And the reason I think they want me is because I'm fresh eyes. A lot of times when you're
ladies and gentlemen, your next fight is
you get it from one perspective.
For the 125-pound title fight. This one is also can be scheduled for 5 rounds. Your first opponent, fighting out of the blue corner and Rogue Combat Club. Standing 5 foot 6 inches tall. Please welcome Deuce Almighty Carter.
So as I was saying, I give to people who ask me about anything, random questions, more specifically about fighting. And you heard me earlier when I said one of the things that I thought was going wrong in that Rogue Combat Corner is that Deuce was out here absorbing the fight. I haven't seen too many guys win fights that way. He needed to be in the back, focused and worried about his own problems. Now he's got to come out, and he's either going to overperform and possibly expose himself somewhere in the fight and get caught, or he's going to underperform because he's worried about or thinking about what his teammate just went through.
Yeah, that's a big variable, but if there's anybody that I think can come out here and have a performance like nothing happened as far as this goes, it's this Rogue Combat Corner and Deuce Carter, because Deuce is a guy who he's changed a lot since we first saw him, and now he's looking better than ever. In that last fight, he looked insanely good, and there was a very high level of volume from him that I just think if we see that level of volume from him again, it's going to be hard-pressed for Devon Nguyen to stay in this, let alone survive the full time or even
Devon's a veteran,
winning.
multi-time champion. I don't think you become the champion at his level and suddenly – with or without the time off, I don't think you suddenly just forget how to fight.
No, of course not.
He's going to know how to break Deuce down over the course of 5 rounds.
But Deuce is a kickboxer's kickboxer. Muay Thai's guy, Muay Thai. But, Devon's, he's more of a general, he doesn't really necessarily have any definitive weaknesses. He's kind of an all-around good fighter.
I've never seen Devon hurt.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's another thing about him.
I've seen him fall behind in fights, but I've never seen him hurt.
Yeah.
He's just as fast as anybody that I know. I think Devon's the type of fighter you beat strategically. When I talked about when he fought my teammate Jadanis Edwards, we had a strategy going into that fight. But when we got to the show, I saw something, and I said, no, we got to change. We got to do this. And that's what's going to happen here is Devon's going to come with a certain strategy, and I'm interested to see if Deuce can adapt to it.
His opponent fighting out of the red corner. Fighting out of please welcome Devon Nguyen.
And generally speaking,
5 rounds, both fighters undefeated. 125 pounds. Title belt on the line.
These guys are going to have
Here we go.
problems finding opponents at 125 pounds. Adult men.
I mean, we kind of were talking about that. I was rewatching Deuce's last fight, and we talked about that for Deuce.
Yeah.
We were like, man, this guy's 4-0 now. He's undefeated. What do you bring him next? And Fight For It said, oh, wow, about a belt. That'll probably entice someone to come out
Bring
of the
some of
woodwork
these
to fight
guys
this guy. And, you know, Devon, like you said, long layoff, but I heard him talking earlier, and he said the opportunity arose. And, you know, Jim O, they like the opportunities.
I like this. I like this.
Jim O looks like they've brought out a lot of people, too.
Yes.
You know, I heard Deuce earlier when he was warming up. He was singing "Champion" by Kanye West. he had the noise canceling headphones on. He was bouncing around and he was singing to himself "Champion" by Kanye West. And let me tell you that he's got that mental image of himself.
Let's see if he can pull
as
it out.
the champion. Let's see if he can make it a reality.
See, he's not paying attention. He's not paying attention. Devon came in from the other side, and he was just a little bit confused about where my opponent was. That's what I mean. I just think the guy might be slightly distracted. Yeah, two of your teammates take L's tonight, one by KO. Are you focused on what you need to do? This is why it's so important to have so many different coaches in the gym to work with individual fighters. You see American Top Team, they're really good at it. They don't just have the same two coaches working the same fighter. They switch them up. They have different head coaches for different corner leads, I put it that way. Different corner leads for different reasons, different purposes. And look over the strap of that young man over there carrying belts for Devon Wynn. Devon has titles. I see the Fight Lab title in tow. Devon has title. Devon knows what it's like to win. Devon knows how to win.
Didn't his brother just fight too?
I'm sorry, his brother?
Doesn't he have a brother that fights as well? Doesn't he have a twin brother?
I believe he did.
Because I think his brother just fought on Conflict
I believe
MMA,
he
if I'm
did.
not mistaken. I think I just called his brother's fight. So,
I believe he did.
yeah, very well-known family as far as martial arts go. Man, this is intense. 125, you'll be hard-pressed to find two tougher guys.
Yeah. Deuce comes out straight across to get in his face. Backs Devon up. Good head movement from Devon. And then a nice counter.
Big shot from Deuce. And let's see if the Deuce gets loose. And we know Deuce got a lot of personality behind him.
Yes.
Oh, Deuce hits him again.
Nice check hook.
Man, Deuce keeps touching him. And these shots don't have a lot of power on them, but they're affecting Devon already. Man, these guys are slinging leather. Two very tough 125ers here.
Inside kicks from both men.
Man, I'm at a loss trying to keep up with this action here.
Oh, you don't count these. You don't call these. You watch these and call the big moment. Yes.
Ooh.
What I look for is to see who's going to control the real estate, who's going to back the other guy up, and when he does back him up, who's going to let the hands go or the strikes go, period.
There's a moth in the cage, and it's always like got to be so weird as a fighter to just be fighting another grown man, and then a moth flies across your face.
Good knee exchange from both men. Now we take a knee to the eye. A jump knee to the eye.
The Deuce gets a little too loose.
Let's see if, make sure we don't have any, I can't see. It's not swelling. It's not bleeding, so we should be good. You know, a lot of people don't like that tape that's around his ankles. They prefer that you use traditional tape instead of that trainer's tape that Stitch Moran made famous.
Stitch Moran, shout outs to the legend of the game.
And as you can see, Devon's not even wearing any. Can we get the doctor in to take a look?
What's going on here? Oh, he's asking for a rag? Or a towel, as they call it up north? Vaseline? Interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't check him before. Oh, nope, they don't need me? Nope. All right, the doctor says I'm out.
I can't tell. Devon's swelling.
Yeah, he
Devin's
is
swelling.
swelling. I think
Yeah.
he caught one super clean shot.
Good head movement.
Oh, big shots from Deuce. It took him a minute, and Dale's not going to call that a knockdown, which is super bizarre. But you know what? Dale's had a bizarre night.
Dale's got to move his head like he's doing, but he's got to fire with it and move his feet with it.
Yeah, he's doing head movement, but he's staying in one place.
Yep.
There's only so many places you can go if your feet don't move when you're doing head movement. Oh, you can't do that. Get stuck in jiu-jitsu mode.
Well, he can get to the clinch and box his way backwards. Don't be the shorter guy trying to box your way in, get to the clinch, and then box your way out.
Devon Nguyen is visibly frustrated after that round. He just spat on the ground and cursed, and that's not a good sign. And we got 5 long rounds to go potentially. He got tagged up pretty bad by Deuce in this opening round.
Well, like I said, he just took a shot to the head. Strong knee. And the crowd is all about Deuce Carter.
The doctor's asking for an in-swell, but it looks like there isn't one available.
Yeah, because you want to push that blood out. Don't get me wrong, it's going to be there, but you want to keep it from closing the eye.
If you're out there and you have medical experience or medical training, you're want to be more involved in the fight game. A good way to be involved is to become a cut man, or volunteer to be a cut man at some of these shows, or volunteer to be just
you get a lot of
medical
patience.
staff member. Like I know a guy in the jiu-jitsu community, and he just acts as a cut man for jiu-jitsu tournaments because you might not think with a grappling art a lot of people get cut, but headbutts happen in jiu-jitsu, knees to the head, elbows to the head on accident, people get cut.
Shocking.
So, if you're watching this and you want to get involved in your local fight scene and you've got some EMT experience or some medic training from the military, it's a good way to get a free ticket to the show and get the best seats in the house and get to be involved and contribute to your local martial arts scene. Oh, Deuce Carter lands a big head kick to start us back off here in round 2.
Man, as clean as that was, I'm not sure if Devon could see on that side.
And now Deuce is just, he's kind of inviting Devon in for this kind of exchange. Like you see Devon kind of pressing him up against the cage. I mean, this is just full-blown MMA at this point.
Yeah.
It's MMA with big gloves. I mean, this is,
Right.
I like it when they let the guys go in the clinch, but you can't really let a guy just get full cage work off like this. Inside kick from Devon Nguyen. They both exchange there. It looks like Deuce got the better of it. Oh, big head kick. And now he's going full double leg takedown. Dale doesn't like that.
It's the second time on that same side. Devon can't see.
Yeah, I think his eyes swollen a little
Devon
too
cannot
much.
see. Say what you want. He can't see. He's trying to bring his hand
It looks
up.
like he's forcing that eye open too, like he's trying to hold it open more and more.
See how he missed it? He saw that kick, so it made sense.
Oh man, Deuce is in pursuit.
Still in the fight, though. He's still in it. Good hook across the chin for Devon Nguyen. Deuce encroaches, pushes Devon back, working in with a jab.
He's popping him with that jab too. Oh, big
Another
head
head
kick. How has he taken so many? These shin guards are saving his life right now.
Devon has got to vary his distance. He can't stop that kick. He cannot stop that kick. He can't see it. His peripheral vision is just gone. Good check hook.
Yeah,
on behalf
that
of Devon
pops
Nguyen.
him back. 10 seconds left in this second round here. And Devon Nguyen takes another big headshot, followed by a head kick, and now the knees of the body are coming on strong. Deuce Carter is embracing the violence, and the Rogue Nation is loving it.
Look at this exchange right here. Devon is making a fight out of it. But those head kicks that Deuce is landing, Devon just can't see him. He just can't see him.
I mean, 3 head kicks in a round and not get knocked down. I mean, that's a testament to the toughness, but
I don't know what adjustments you make when you have something physically wrong with you. And it's not just mental. You physically have something wrong with you. Dale Sunshine Fry looking on in that Jimmo corner with a little bit more attention there than what he cares about what's going on in Deuce's corner. And which is good because you got to protect the fighter. And Dale is still an amateur, and he's looking to go pro after this. And he's going to return back to MMA, but this is something for him to do in the interim.
All right, the Deuce is loose and has no signs of slowing down.
Here comes a big kick from Deuce again. He's setting it up. Just the way he manages the distance, you can tell he wants to go back to that kick.
And now he's drilling the knees to the body. Johnny Buck in the corner said he liked the knees to the body, I believe. I can't hear the corner audio as good as I can on this side, but it sounded like they liked the knees. Oh, my God. Oh, that's it. That's it. He's hurt. Deuce Carter pouring it on. Devon Wynn, and now finally Dale Fry's going to step in, and I think that toe, yeah, he cannot see.
He can't see.
And Deuce is feeling it. Deuce is wild. And Deuce smells blood in the water, and he's diving on it. Devon Wynn is so tough, though. What a warrior.
Digging down.
He's still in, he's not only just trying to stay in this fight, he's still trying to win this fight, despite the amount of damage he's taken in such a short amount of time, and he's still here. He's still hanging.
Devon needs to lead from that side. His shoulder will become a natural barrier for him.
Oh! I thought for sure that was going to be the end of that.
He needs to go inside leg kick as well. Inside leg kick and throw more from the rear side. Because he can't depend on waiting for Deuce to get tired to do anything about this. He's in there alone. Ref is not going to give him any help.
Deuce is punishing now with the big hands are now coming in. It's not just the kicks anymore, it's the hands too. And he's swarming him. That's the end of the third round. And they love Deuce Carter and Johnny Bucks. Johnny Bucks all smiles as he comes up those stairs.
Well, you're 0-2 tonight, so I'd be smiles too, trying to get that one win.
Yeah, but if I'm them, you know, I'm not, especially after that Christian Williams fight, I'm not resting. You know, I'm not telling him to take his foot off the brakes. I'm saying, Deuce, finish this guy right now, ASAP.
I don't think he can see anything. And
I think they're going to call this one.
I think you saved the fighter for another day, in my opinion. And I like Devon Wynn.
There's an intense conversation happening between Dale Fry and the doc and Coach Chase Gamble here.
And I'm saying that because I saw him take all these head kicks to that one side, but any head kick from the other side, he was able to avoid it.
They're doing the classic recessed finger trick now. How many fingers am I holding up? So it seems like Devon might want to stay in it here. Or he's trying to convince them to stay in it. The doc's shaking his head. Let's see what happens here. This could be patting him. He's patting him. They're going to call it. The Deuce has got the juice. And he is now your Fight For It 125-pound champion. He breaks the curse of Road Combat Club. They've been running into it all night.
I mean, you had an accidental foul that the ref didn't call, so it's a part of the game. It's a part of the game.
Deuce looks better and better and better every time we see him. He just keeps getting better. And he embraces the violence tonight in Road Combat fashion and finishes him after 3 straight
Fighter to the center of
rounds.
the ring.
I can't blame them.
And your winner, fighting out of Road Combat Club, an improvement to 5-0, and new 125 title belt
Give it up for the
champion,
champ.
Deuce Almighty Carter. Hey, hell of a fight for Devon Wynn.
He
Put
might
them
need
hands
to
together.
change
Make
his
some noise out
nickname
there,
after
fight
that
fans.
one to Deuce Lee. because he was putting it on him with the kicks, with the hands. He was Jeet Kune Do all over the place.
Well, you just got to see where he goes from now. You know, what's next?
At this time, we're going to take a brief, and I mean brief intermission and get ready for the MMA cage fights starting next. We got 6 of them for you.
All right, you heard Dr. Falgoo there. It is going to be a brief intermission here, and then we will get right back to it.
Get your ladies coming around with the trays, order your drinks. They'll bring them right to you.
So grab
We
a
got the
drink,
food
grab a
truck
friend,
outside.
share the link, tell everybody you know. Take the 10 minutes to download the Fight For It app and make your fantasy picks for the MMA card before it's too late.
Finally, these two guys.
Oh!
No way! Huge strike!
No way!
Everyone in the whole way!
baby. Extra bright, I want y'all to see this. Turn up the lights in here, baby. You know what I need. Want you to see everything. Want you to see all of the lights. Fast cars, shooting stars, all of the lights, all of the lights. Until it's singing everywhere we are. All of the lights. If you want it, you can get it for the rest of your life. If you want it, you can get it for the rest of your life.
Something wrong. I hold my head. MJ gone. I did. I slapped my girl. She called the feds. I did that time and spent that bread. I'm headed home. I'm almost there. I'm on my way. Headed up the stairs. To my surprise, replacing me. I had to take him to that ghetto university. The lights, cop lights, flashlights, spotlights, strobe lights, street lights. All of the lights, all of the lights. Fast life, drug life, thug life, rock life, every night. All of the lights.
Turn up the lights in here, baby. Extra bright, I want y'all to see this. Turn up the lights in here, baby. You know what I need. Want you to see everything. Want you to see all of the lights.
No one ever told us where the easy part begins. The story that they sold us keeps us hanging from the end. So we'll keep on starting the fires, thinking we'll smoke out the liars. We don't give up when we're tired. That isn't the way that I'm wired. Waiting avalanches are the calm before the fall. Lightning, when it flashes, tells the story of it all. Woo! So we'll keep on starting the fires, thinking we'll smoke out the liars. We don't give up when we're tired. That isn't the way that I'm wired. We own the future. We own the future. Someday, someday, we're gonna rule the world. I know someday we're gonna rule the world. Counting down to explosion. I hear the moment approaching. Someday, someday, we're gonna rule the world.
Hey guys, welcome back to Fight For It 12. We're getting ready to roll into our MMA portion of the card. But if you haven't made your fantasy picks for MMA, there is still time. And don't forget, there's always cash prizes on the line as well as Fight For It merchandise and stuff like that. You can also play for the UFC and other major promotions. So Fight For It app on the App Store and the Apple Store. Man, that kickboxing card was a thriller.
Yeah, I'm impressed. I think I can go home now.
Yeah, I would be. I'd be fine calling it a night right here. But luckily for us, we've even got more fights. We've got 6 more bouts, all MMA amateur, and some of these matchups are very, very, very high potential for finishes, like we were talking about earlier.
When we talk about some of these matchups, you have to talk about the story behind it. And again, the story between Duly and Thrift is not the fighters themselves, but their gyms, their teams. What gives a team confidence to stick behind guys who have been in the game for a while now? They haven't picked up a win. Why? That Team Rock Hasburg guys are still going to support Tenarius Duly, and they have a lot of faith in him. And Zack Thrift, they have a lot of faith in him coming out of Gym O. You know, I love that attitude. It's not just the fighter getting in there. It's a whole support unit. You may have to get in there and fight alone, but you don't train alone. So it's good to see that bleed over. And then we work our way through the card with Jeff Henry and Josh Hoffman. I saw those guys in the back warming up. Phenomenal stuff. Those guys are in amazing shape.
Yeah.
From the last time I saw these guys, I was like, oh, wait, they look different. I walked right by them because I didn't know who they were. So there's a lot of storytelling going on behind the scenes, not just in the fighting itself, not just in the preparation, but mentalities are changed. And you saw that tonight, like in the fight with Spencer and Williams, when he came back at that last second to finish the guy off with just seconds. What, 10 seconds was it that you called out?
1 second.
1 second. Wow.
I heard the clapper, and I was like, all right, there's 10 seconds left, and then there was an exchange, and then the fight finish happened. But Jason said that it was literally 1 second left.
We've got new mindsets. I was able to talk to George Copa. I said, George, I said, hey, I'm the guy that wrote the article. I'm the guy that did the audio. And he said that was you. And I said, what was different? He said he was so pissed, not because of what I wrote, but because he had already had so many fights drop off. And he said, I was going to unleash all that energy into the cage tonight. And boy, oh boy, did he do that. He unleashed it. And then talking to Jason Von Doula.
Yeah, I was talking to him too.
And I said, Doula, where are my hands? I told him this the last show. Let your hands go. Mm-hmm. But here's the thing. I'm talking to him. He's coherent. I'm talking to him. There's not a scar on his face. You're fine. Yeah. Let your hands go. And these are some of those little nuances about the fight game that guys don't pay attention to, that they can take it to their next fight. Dude, you're not cut. You're not bleeding. So that means you did a good job of defending your head, but you don't have the confidence in yourself to let your hands go. All right? Let your hands go. And a lot of these fighters, man, again, so impressive for where they are. Again, let's go back to Katz taking on White.
Halston White.
Oh, my God, that was ridiculous.
Great fight. I was telling Halston earlier when I saw him, I was like, dude, you are a smooth operator in there, dude. Like, you look at you and you think one thing, and then you see you doing the Dominic Cruz switch steps and all this stuff, and I'm sure it's going to take a lot of people by surprise. And if you really refine that, he said his only sparring partner is Matt Messer. That's it.
Wow.
That's it.
Wow. This guy got the Miyagi treatment.
I said, call me. I said, I'll hook you up with Trevor Hayes. I'll find you somebody to spar with that's your size, and we'll get you some different looks.
And unfortunately, that's what Matt Messer had to do in his own career. He had to travel a lot.
Yeah.
Because I know he's been at Team Rock Fayetteville more than on one occasion. And the sad part about that is, this is a guy that's putting in 2 to 3 hours to drive to and fro. Mm-hmm. So not always the best situation, the best scenario for him. But, hey, I got Donnie Justin sitting on the side of us. He don't want to be on camera. Hold on, what's that? No. You're no nonsense. I forget exactly what I said, but I said I've been on the outside of that corner, and I know you don't play about certain things. Yep. So I called it out, but it got interrupted before I could finish my thought. And now I remember what I was going to say about that Donnie Justin situation. I had a fighter who kicked someone in the groin over and over and over. and Donnie interrupted the fight and stopped it. Then all of a sudden, the other guy kicks my guy in the groin, right? Donnie walks over and goes, doesn't feel good, does it? I was so ticked off. I was like, no, he's talking to my fighter, got in my fighter's head.
Man.
You know, but getting back to these fights, man, we got on this MMA portion of the card, we've got 0-0 versus 0-0. We've got, excuse me, it's not 0-0, but undefeated versus undefeated. And Schaffer and Muscat. And
Yeah.
then, also in
Loken and Moore.
Right.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that Loken and Moore fight. We've talked about that extensively. What do you know about Schaffer? I know he's out of Hyacin, and this is a classic matchup, that Hyacin versus Jim O.
Yeah, so-
I mean, even going back to the amateur career of both Brian Battle and Impa Kasanganai, we saw them fight. You know, Jim O versus Hyacin is a tale as old as time.
No, it's funny. I reached out to high stand coach Tom Ziegler. Looking, that's my boy.
The Ziggs.
That's my guy. Looking for some background information about Schaffer. And one of the things he told me that Schaffer actually came from Michael Allen's gym.
Right.
The Bread, if you don't know
The bread.
and he was looking for MMA, and Michael Allen doing what a good coach would do is send him to the team that you think is going to fulfill those needs.
Yeah.
And Schaffer has one fight, and in that fight, he was able to show some hands.
All officials to ringside at this time.
So I think he's going to do well in the hands department. But Muscat's a big, tall kid and strong.
For 40, yeah, for that weight class 45, yeah, he is pretty tall from what I saw in the back.
Yeah.
I walked past him. I was like, that's the guy from the poster. No, he's not 45. They must have that wrong. And I was like, no.
And I've seen him fight at Ultimate Battlegrounds. So he gets into a classic Muay Thai stance, and he controls everything.
Yeah.
You know, I think where you beat him is you catch him in those moments where there's a little bit of takes his foot off the pedal, a little lackadaisical moment, and then this is a mental fight. But I don't know if Schaffer is old enough in his fight career to recognize the moment when to go. And then when this guy has a lull, boom, 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 take advantage of it.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's anything physically that you just go and do. I don't think he has that inside of him. Muscat's, like I said, durable, but I think if he leaves himself too close to the cage, he's going to get taken down.
The classic Hayastan path will unfold in front of him.
Exactly.
And he'll be taken down.
And the one thing you can say that's different between the highest stand adults versus their youth is still fighting with a lot of exuberance and a lot of youth and a lot of, surprise and shock. The older fighters, they're more strategical, and the coaches are there to help them make the adjustments if they need to. So I think that you're going to see Schaffer, strike when he needs to strike, get him up against the cage, take him down, and be content with staying on the ground, even if it goes to a decision. I think it's just going to be a little bit more content to do that. I don't think if you're Tom Ziegler and Kevin Ferrant and Tony Tan, I don't think you talk to these guys and say, do whatever you want to do. I think they have a controlled process.
They have a system.
Yes.
Yeah, Gokor Chavician, the guy who founded Hayastan MMA, he was very big on systems. If you look into him at all, you can find that he has several DVDs and instructionals that kind of dictate these positional systems that so many grappling coaches kind of look at and break down. I'm sure that if you talk to Michael Allen, our friend, he would tell you, this is my system for when I have a guy in turtle, or this is my system for, it's just how it's that traditional mindset of grappling, but applied to all facets of MMA that make it so dynamic and so interesting, especially when you're talking about the cage work, because I know you're a big believer in the idea that the cage work is a new frontier,
Uncharted territory, still is.
I
After
think
all
so
these
too.
years.
I think so too, because as the years have gone on in MMA,
You see various things different.
it's been
There's always a new wrinkle.
It's been a factor, and it's always been something that if one fighter has an advantage there, the fight will eventually end up there.
Yes.
And it's almost a matter of but when most fights end up along that cage wall.
Exactly, and it's just a matter of time before we see overall that you're going to start recognizing teams based on that style of cage work that they do.
Right, yeah.
And right now, highest stand is probably one of the better on the local scene in terms of putting you up against the cage, working you with subtle strikes, creating that diversion, and then boom, there's
Level
the takedown.
change, they wrap the legs, and they'll suck you out, pull you out,
Exactly.
instead of doing the traditional, doing all the work to move around you. They just pull you out, and that way you're already up against the back of the cage, and their system is we're baiting the wall walk.
Right.
Because they want you to try to do the traditional get-up of wall walking. That's when they triangle your legs. That's when they introduce all of the Dagestani-style elements that really define their grappling style in my mind. I mean, I did a video, I don't know if you saw it, but I did like a 20-minute video on Brian Battle before he won the Ultimate Fighter, just kind of preview him before the finale. And that was one of the things that I notated the most, is that his style is all about pushing to the cage and then sucking it in, and then, you know, getting that
push,
wall
pull.
work, cage wall. Yeah, exactly, push, pull. I think that the reason he's been so successful is because he has defined their style the most of anyone.
Right, he's the guy that stands out.
He's
the guy in the
embraced it.
forefront, you know. And now that he's also coming into his own with his own striking ability, Brian's going to be a beast to deal with long term inside of the UFC octagon. We look at Loken and Moore. Again, 2 more undefeated guys. I say it won't go round 2. I just can't determine exactly who or how they win it. I like Moore as a favorite, but I also like the style, if you understand what I mean. Like on one side of the coin, I like the style of Loken, the way he plays the game.
Yeah.
But Moore's got such a big pop. Such a big pop.
Big power in him. Titus Moore.
And he also reminds me of, like Derek the Black Beast. You know, like
fighting tonight.
Like you say, hey, you can only get up from the guard this way, and Derek's like, I don't think so. He just does it anyway. He does whatever he wants to do.
Just stand up style. Yeah.
I don't think Moore is going to have all the technical skills.
We get ready
But
for the best in MMA and cage fighting at this time. This event is sanctioned by the South Carolina Athletic Commission. The Honorable Edwin M. Estridge, Chair. The Honorable William DeAndrea.
Can I get 2 more
The Honorable Pamela Wright. The Honorable Dr. Paul Kidmore.
I go through some water.
Honorable James W. Phillips III, MD. Honorable Dr. James Vaught, Vice Chair. And Honorable Coleman Bates. Your referees tonight will be Dale Fry and Donnie Jessup. Tonight's judges are Jason Collins, Susan Atkins, and Will Lowick. Our ringside physician, Dr. Chittum. The promoter for tonight's event is Jonathan Stamey. South Carolina State Department of Labor License and Regulations Commission representatives for tonight's events are Robbie Bolins, Connor Cox, and Alyssa Sloan. At this time, are you ready?
I think that's trademark.
We're going to have to get loud for these fighters now. Here we go. Your first fighter comes to you out of the blue corner for the 155-pound class. Fighting out of Team Rock, standing 5 foot 9 inches tall, looking to get their first win in the cage tonight. Please welcome Tenarius Duly.
Somebody's L's got to go.
Of course, the last time we saw Tenarius Duly, he was taking on Travis Snyder, who was originally scheduled to fight tonight as well. And then before that, we saw him make his debut on Fight For It 10 earlier this year, very early in the year, where he fought to a draw with Gavin Thomas in a fight that looked all Tenarius up until the point deduction that would eventually cost him the fight on 2 judges' scorecards. I think it was an actual split draw, if I'm not mistaken, so it wasn't a majority draw.
I do want to ask Snake and the guys in the Rock Corner, why do you believe in Duly? What is it about him that makes you keep coming back? I know a lot of coaches at this point would have given up on a guy.
Well, they've seen something in him. You know, either in that fight where he looked like he was winning, or you know, in the gym they see something that they haven't seen him put together on fight night yet, maybe.
And maybe that's it. He just hasn't put it together yet. Maybe every fight he's shown a new wrinkle, and they're saying, okay, we're going to do this and we're going to do that, and now I think we've gotten it.
He's certainly never been lacking in the physical
His
shape
opponent
department
fighting
or
out the
in
red
gas
corner,
department.
standing 6
He
foot
didn't get
tall.
tired in either of
Also
the fights
looking
we
to get
saw
their
him in.
first win in the cage. Fighting out of Gym O. Please welcome Zack, the Cannibal Thrift.
All right, here he is making his fight for it return is Zack Thrift. This is the first time we've seen Mr. Thrift in the MMA cage here at Fight For It. He had his first fight over at coveted FC1 where he lost 45 seconds into the first round. That loss, you might ask, when was that? That was back in 2012, nearly 10 years ago, and he's returning to the MMA cage now after a long tenure at kickboxing for the past, 3-4 years. And his striking's definitely come a long way from the first time I saw him. He's definitely a much more measured guy. He used to be super wild, and now he's got that wild man power and that wild man mentality about the fight game, but with a little bit more refined and technical approach to it, courtesy of his switch to Jim O and working with Coach Chase and all the great staff and great sparring partners you could have at a gym like that.
Well, I think this is an even fight. It's just a fight we sit back and let happen.
Yeah, it's a lot of unknowns in this one, right?
Right, exactly, because we haven't seen either guy really attack the ground. We haven't seen a lot of significant cage work. So there's a lot of territory inside of this cage that haven't been tested by either guy. So we have to sit back and enjoy it. With Zack being as tall as he is, what he has to watch out for if Duly coming over top with that big overhand. He likes to throw it in an arcing motion. So that could get him a little bit of trouble if he doesn't protect his head. But again, Zack has some wonderful kicks. And this is probably probably the first time now I'm thinking about it, I'm seeing him kick without shin guards.
Right,
So that's going to make a difference.
And he does have some power on him,
yeah,
like you were saying. He can dig him.
You ready, sir? You ready, sir? Here we go. Fight!
All right. Zack Thrift, the Cannibal, taking on Tenarius Duly. Tenarius already looking for the takedown. You got to assume a striker like this, a guy who's lost by submission before, of course, you're going to be looking to take him down. All right, now Tenarius Duly passes the full mount with ease, and he's all over Zack Thrift here. Big ground and pound strikes here from Tenarius Duly.
This is where that power works for him now.
Right in front of Snake and the rest of his corner here.
Pin the head down and big punches.
That's Team Rock all day. That's very traditional.
Post the head.
Tenarius Duly now on the back. He's under the neck firmly. It's going to look like a quick submission
choke.
loss for Zack Thrift again. He's tapping. Tenarius Duly finally getting that dub that has been long sought after by him. Zack Thrift coming up a little short in his return to MMA. Faces the same adversity that he faced all those years ago.
Well, you saw the difference. Duly didn't try to strike with him. Duly immediately across the threshold, pushed him up against the cage, single to a high crotch, got him down, and kept control. That's simple.
It's hard not to be disappointed in a performance like that, but we know that Zack Thrift is a warrior. He will bounce back. He will return.
Fighters to the center of the ring. Your winner by referee stoppage, 49 seconds into the first round. Fighting out of the blue corner.
Great opening MMA bout here to get us kicked off for the MMA portion of our card.
Duly fighting out of Team Rock.
Well, Coach Sess, after that bout, were your questions answered about what they see in this young man?
Hey, it's something in there.
Tenarius Duly gets his first win in the cage tonight. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again, young man. That was fast. Good job. You'll be back. You heard it right here. He said he'll be back.
It was something in there. Maybe I'll reach out to Snake later and say, hey, what kept you guys coming back? Because it's not one or two coaches coming back. They brought their whole teaching, their whole staff. You know, I'm familiar with all these guys. They're bringing the whole staff to support this guy. So
for one guy.
What is there?
Yeah.
What's left? What's in there that I'm not seeing? Help me out. Help your country cousin out. I want to understand why you guys are hanging out and supporting this guy. I don't know if I would have the patience. It all depends on how the guy responds in the gym. If he's showing up to every training session and just keeps making mistakes inside the cage. But I would love to know why. That's part of my own education. And that was, how many seconds was that in the first round?
Around the same amount of time it took to finish him the first time, 40 seconds. That's about the length of time Zack Thrift can last in an MMA fight.
You remember the advice I gave you before I went out? That's what I'm talking about right there. Nailed it.
Oh, no.
Nailed it.
We're looking for a member from Team
So
Raw.
natural.
Is Snake in the house tonight?
Yeah, we just saw him.
Yeah.
Team Rock, where's your boy Snake? He's coming.
Nice.
Snake, get on up here.
We're going to honor Snake.
Hey.
Hey, everybody,
pick somebody to
if
honor,
you don't know, you should know by now. We lost a very, very valuable member. Somebody that started it all, a legend in the game, Rick Davis. Next year, we're going to have a Rick Davis Memorial fight. And are you going to be in it, Snake? Snake's going to be in it.
No.
I heard you get to pick your partner. Who's your partner, or not your partner, your opponent? Your dancing partner. Who's your dancing partner / opponent going to be?
Hey, look out, Marcellus, where you at?
Marcelo. He said he was making a comeback. I promise he did. He got called out. He run his mouth a lot. Yeah, you on the spot, Marcelo.
Oh.
Hey, I told him when we all started this back 20 years ago, we all had black hair. Now we all got gray hair, right? You gonna take it easy on him? Let's see what he's got to say about all this.
All I can say is this. Everybody knows that Team Rock, they're just bad people.
Yes, they are.
Right?
Yes, they are.
But here's one thing that people have to keep in mind. They have to remember. This is a kickboxing / Muay Thai fight. Okay? You got great wrestling, Snake. You got great grammar. Let's see how you handle those knees.
Easy.
We shall see. We're going to make this happen. Next year, Rick Davis Invitational.
Whose weight class? Whose weight class?
Gangster weight.
All I can say is you watch the knees and the bows.
Gangster
Knees
weight.
and the bows. This ain't MMA. You better stick to what you're good at.
Snake, take that shirt off and show him before he
That's
makes
all
that
I'm saying.
decision. You might want to show him what's under that shirt.
I got a belly pad right now. Hey, seriously, Snake, looking forward to it, brother. Thank you.
You heard it right here. Hey, the Dad Bod Invitational.
They couldn't get me to come out of retirement.
Here we go. Let's go. Hey, face off. Here we go. Give you a what?
Someone get him a phone book.
Where's the step stool at? It's on right there. There it is. Next year it's going down. Snake versus the Cell. All right, y'all are witnesses. We got to make this go down. If they come into the ring in their walkers and their canes, it's still going down. We're going to hold them to that. All right, here we go. We're ready to move right along to the next fight of the night. This is your 185-pound class. Fighting out of the blue corner, 5'11", with a 1-0 record out of Davidson County, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Please welcome Josh Hoffman.
Oh, man, the
A
Mac.
classic. A absolute classic walkout song.
So I'm expecting the Hoffman to be the ground specialist in this particular fight, or the guy who wants to go to the ground. I'll put it that way. And after just watching Zack Thrift get taken to the ground, that
Well, you remember his teammate right there, right?
Yes.
That Max Shoemate.
yes,
He really put it on with the grappling and the wrestling in his last
Marcelo,
fight.
somebody said we're going to have to make it 3
You
30-second
see that
rounds for
tattoo
y'all.
though, right?
Oh,
You know what
wrestling.
that tattoo
That's
means.
wrestling. USA Wrestling.
Uh-oh.
USA
Anytime I see
Wrestling.
that tattoo, I'm instantly like, all right, well, you know what to expect out of this guy. And now I got the flow.
Yeah, he's blown back up since the weigh-ins. Yeah. He's not 85 now.
Hey, Max Shoemate did the same thing, baby. A lot of those BJJ guys, you know, they're used to, especially wrestling guys.
His opponent fighting out of the red corner, standing 5 foot 10 inches tall, with a record of 2-7, fighting out of Gym O. Please welcome Jeff Henry.
They learn to naturally adapt.
Jeff Henry coming out of Gym O, making the walk.
Jeff looks fit, ready to go. And he's going to let his hands go. I just believe that he doesn't have a choice. We got a better jiu-jitsu guy. We got a better wrestler. Jeff just got to let his hands go. Chase Gamble busy tonight, working another corner. He worked at Youth Pancration. He's worked several adult fights. Back in again. Looks like he's going to have a significant height advantage, more than what the paper said.
I just learned something about Brandon. What was the guy who got the crazy knockout earlier? Brandon Sanders, was that his name?
With Spencer?
Brandon Spencer. He worked third shift last night.
Here we go, fight fans. Make some noise. Let's get them going.
All right.
That's ridiculous.
Big boy time.
That's
85.
ridiculous.
Neither one of these guys 85 anymore.
Good step around. He's looking to counter.
Huge kick. Technically,
Good knee.
Yeah, knee to the body here
And here he goes
for
again.
Hoffman. Hoffman with a big strike. That might be enough.
I don't know.
Serious ground and pound.
Jeff still trying to work his
Henry
way
with the
back
body
up.
lock. This
Way to
might
shut
be
him
worse.
down. Now he's got to get his back to the cage, work his way back up.
Already the heavy grappling pressure from Hoffman now. Nice cradle.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to expect it from this guy, right? Going to the knees. Now he's back on top in full mount. Effortless for him. He's making it look easy on the back so far. Now instead of some wrestling, we're going to need to see some jiu-jitsu.
And Jeff just
Is he
can't
switching?
cooperate.
He's switching to isolate an arm.
Jeff can't cooperate. He's got to keep setting up his game to work his way out of this. Just can't hang on. He might be dazed from that shot, though. I see some blood dripping, so.
Yeah, obviously, you know, Josh Hoffman is a grappler and he wants this, but if I'm him, I would even maybe call for this to be stood up.
Wow.
Dale Fry is going to need to see you kill this guy to stop the fight, but FYI, so.
There's a truth in what you said. It's like the tension is like, man, the guy's dominating, but at the same time, it's like, should it be this simple? And he's back up.
Hoffman
man, he
hits
takes
him
it.
again. Dale Fry has seen enough.
Yes.
Oh, that mouth guard is gone. Hopefully that wasn't a custom job.
Well, it didn't make it into the crowd.
Oh no, it went clean over the fence. Yeah, maybe dial it down a little bit. I understand you just you know, you got your win, but
Exactly. Dial it back. Come back home. It's a short punch right here that puts him down in the opening round.
boom,
Right there. Little
put some
uppercut.
respect on my name.
Nice little uppercut.
And he was just all over him from there. It was all Hoffman this fight.
Yeah, and he did a good job reading the body language. He saw that Jeff was bent over and was set up the uppercut and just threw a nice short strike on the inside.
All right, fighters to the center of the ring. Winner by referee stoppage, fighting out of the blue corner, Josh Hoffman out of Davidson County, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, moves to 2-0. Looking to stay undefeated. We want to see you back real soon.
Max Shumay loving it. Davidson County BJJ getting another win. That's 2 back-to-back shows where they've come out on top in their lone showings. And that one was very dominant.
Man, Marcelo, all these talks about comebacks. Y'all make me want to do a comeback, man. Do I get to call my opponent out too?
Two quick ones back to back.
Oh, yeah. Looking to be a quick night at this rate.
Yeah. Too quick.
All right, we're going to move right along to our third MMA fight of the night. This one comes to you out of the 145-pound weight class. Your first fighter out of the blue corner, out of Hayatan MMA. Standing 5 foot 8 inches tall with a record of a 1-0. Please welcome Patrick Schaffer.
Can't beat Johnny Cash as a walkout song.
This song does not get me hyped up to fight another grown man.
Really?
You know, it's a good song. No, nobody's gonna say this is a bad song.
I think
it's no Mini Men by 50 Cent. It's not an all-time classic MMA walkout.
I think what he does with this song is he internalizes his own pain.
Now, if I'm gonna pick a Johnny Cash song to walk out to, it's gonna be When the Man Comes Around or Ain't No Grave. Those are 2 songs that really kind of bring some energy. This kind of sucks all the energy out of a room. You know, I'm not at my uncle's wake here. I'm at a fight night. You know, I don't really want to hear this.
He wants to suck all the energy out of his opponent.
It doesn't work when you walk out first, because now he's about to come out with the hype music. He's going to come out to, even if he came out to Getting Jiggy With It by Will Smith, it would still have more of an effect on the crowd than this.
What a contrast. He comes out. We haven't had a 50 Cent. I've heard the song played, but
now
we haven't had a workout.
Yeah, you're right. It has been a night with no Mini Men by 50 Cent, which is very rare. If we get to the end of this night and there's no Mini Men, I'm going to make a wish upon a star.
And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. Standing 5 foot 11 inches tall, also with a 1-0 record, fighting out of Gym O. Please welcome Silas Muscat.
So Muscat has other martial art pedigree with him as well. Some traditional martial arts, karate styles. And again, I like those types of mixes because they give you a different dynamic inside of the cage.
You see Shannon Lovelace in the corner. The coach, Chase Gamble, the whole Gym O squad out in full effect to support Silas Muscat making his second walk to the cage.
Schaffer wearing a knee brace. I wonder if that is going to make a difference in the fight.
It is a big red target for some leg kicks, isn't it?
You know, if one of the strategies I would use when I was fighting, they would allow you to wear neoprene stuff, but rather than tell you which leg or ankle was hurting, I just pad up everything and train that way. If you knew that it was already injured or whatever, just wear everything. And sometimes it could be the other leg, and the guy's just using that as a decoy.
You ready, sir?
All right, Hayastan and Jim O bringing out 2 more guys for us to commentate. Patrick Schaffer in the blue, Silas Muscat in the red.
Nice overhand by Muscat.
Donnie Jessup lets that kick to the head slide through.
Good side kick coming from Schaffer. And a jump round kick from the rear. Wow.
Yeah, that was nice. Oh, big overhand shot from Muscat, leads to some cage work. And this is a place you normally like to see the Hayastan fighter likes to take it to, but here we see Silas putting the pressure on for the takedown. Good defense.
Got to weave those hands back in during that transition.
Nice defense from Schaffer. Schaffer's a long guy. Oh, double unders. This is what you need on a tall, long guy like this if you want to take him down.
Yeah, but we're talking about Hayastan guys. You may get them down, but
this is their home. This is where they like, and you know, Schaffer says, "Okay, you want to play here? I like it here."
It's work to do it. And now he's turning them around, gets turned again.
Yeah, it's interesting how neither guy wants to disengage when they do have the advantage. They like it here. They want the fight here.
Now Schaffer with the hands locked.
Yep.
Over under, nice. And putting in a few token shots.
Muscat.
Keep it lively for the referees and the judges.
Muscat keeps looking for that leg lace, but he's not moving in on it yet. He probably has a good sense of timing on that because there's been times where he has it and less experienced guys would have gone for it.
Watch those little sneaky knees that Schaffer puts in, even though he's on the defense, just throws a little sneaky knee up just to wear the guy down, put money in the bank, keep wearing him down. And what you're gonna see, he's gonna see a turn. Muscat locks his hands under the butt.
Yeah, I think that was because Schaffer kind of second-guessed his defense there. He kind of went like he was going to go for an overreach, but now Muscat triangling the legs. This is classic stuff you normally would see from a Hayastan fighter being used against a Hayastan fighter.
This fight's going to be contested in the clinch range.
Yeah, this is a brutal one.
Yes.
Already. I don't know if Muscat has wrestling experience or what, but he's a good grinder so far.
Yes. But he's giving up his clinch just a little bit.
Oh, he's on the arm triangle here.
You keep trying to look for this.
But now he's on the back. He's climbing the back. Both hooks in. All the weight's on that knee with the brace now.
Which is only concern is, did he go too early? Did he go too early?
I think he'll be able to mat return even if Schaffer moves off of the wall here. He'll just fold his leg into the back here and mat return. But he doesn't have enough time to work, I don't think.
Right.
But he is making Schaffer carry him.
That's a good strategy. Let him carry your weight.
He carried his weight for almost the whole round.
But if I'm Schaffer, I'm looking at it from a confidence point of view, like, hey, something made this guy want to clinch instead of strike. So.
Right.
And Schaffer's got some decent hands. Something made Muscat want to clinch, get close instead of strike. So if I'm Schaffer, I want to create that distance, create that space, step back, throw straight punches. And man, did I like that round kick to the head that he threw. Taco Bullock working the corner.
So Little Taco that we saw earlier, his nickname was made Little Taco by necessity because his nickname was already Taco when he got to the gym.
Ah.
Who bestowed that nickname upon him as a baby? Brian Battle. Brian Battle's nephew is Jeremiah Purnell.
Interesting.
Here we go, fight.
All right, round 2, Muscat and Schaffer.
Good jab from Schaffer there. Good inside kick.
Schaffer's now always looking for that overhand, and you know, wrestlers that can throw an overhand, that's a deadly combo.
Love that side kick.
Yeah, Schaffer's got some clean
head.
kicks. If he can keep this standing and keep it in this range, he might be able to just kick.
Good inside kick.
Whoa,
Nice
very
spin.
nice.
And you know that's going to send Muscat back to the clinch.
And he didn't throw that with a ton of power either. He kind of touched him with it.
He's very fluid.
Yeah, he's fluid, very fluid.
Very fluid.
Long guy too.
Yes. I think these guys like each other. I think they like their styles of one another. Ooh, good, powerful round.
Yeah, that knee with the brace is getting eaten up with leg kicks too. He's targeting it. Smart stuff by Silas here. Much more competitive round so far for Schaffer. If he can keep it like this, he might be able to swing it back towards his favor. Oh, he takes a big shot as punishment for another spinning wheel kick attempt.
Whenever Schaffer throws his jab, Muscat covers up and bends his body down. He should follow that with a Schaffer should follow that with a right hand. He might catch him on the upturn.
And they're going tit for tat now.
Yes, this is beautiful.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Silas
Muscat with his own.
Says, oh, we throwing spinning stuff now.
Nice head movement. Good kick. Right there, there's that right hand. He saw it.
Now Patrick Schaffer's, he's been allowed to throw more in this second round, but he's starting to get more tired.
That kick might be bothering him just a tad bit because he hasn't checked it.
Not at all. And he hasn't even switched stances or anything.
Yeah. So there might be a reason why he's not checking it. Maybe
The cage walls
nice.
tested. The cage mic nearly sacrificed.
Hey, as long as it's going toward the production crew and not us.
Schaffer all over the back.
I'm just saying it's hard to keep high stand down. Even
It
if you
is.
get him down.
Ooh, nice leg lace. There it is from the first round. It reared its ugly head again for Silas
to
Muscat. Oh, what a sweep. Schaffer sweeps, but he gets right
he
to an
catches with an
armbar.
armbar
And
coming
Silas catches him with an ultra slick, super quick armbar. That finish came on fast. You actually thought Schaffer might have had the upper hand for a second, sweeping into top position. But in the process, he gives up his arm and ends up getting tapped out by Silas Muscat, who goes now to 2-0.
Here we see him bridge, roll.
Look how fast this is.
But that arm is too deep. It was by the head.
But, you know, Silas didn't give up that sweep to get that arm bar. The sweep happened and he adjusted on the fly.
Exactly.
That
That's
speaks
the
to some crazy skill as far as grappling goes. To be able to make that adjustment on the fly, rip that arm like that.
You know what we're seeing a lot tonight? A lot of guys making the adjustments in real time. They're
Yeah.
not going back to the corner and getting new information. They're making adjustments in real time.
And your winner to prove the 2-0, fighting out of Gym O, Silas Muscat.
Silas Muscat picks up the finish in round 2 and looks great doing it.
And once again, it's all the matchmaking that makes the difference. All the matchmaking that makes the difference. Because up until the finish, this was a good back and forth.
Very good back and forth. You know, Schaffer, he got held down a little bit in that first round, but really in that
Jim
second round,
O
he
is
started to come
sending
on.
3 guys to Abu Dhabi, included Silas Muscat, to fight out there. Good luck to you guys and the whole gym.
And it's funny we talk about fighters.
All right, we're
reinventing
rolling right
themselves.
through these cage fights here. We're going to our 4th cage fight of the night.
Because in his previous fight, he didn't want to go. He didn't act like he wanted to go to the ground at all. And now he shows incredible ground skills, pressing, looking for the groundwork. And Schaffer might have done a different job. I wouldn't say better, but just a different job had he pressed the takedown a little bit more.
All right, this next fight comes to you out of the 135-pound weight class.
Instead of
Your
responding.
first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, standing 5'7" inches tall, with a record of 2-1 out of Hayastan MMA. Please welcome Emmanuel Simpson.
The one drawback that I saw about Simpson, and you could just say this is the drawback to the highest stand style, is that the fight the way he lost, I think he got choked. In the earlier rounds of that fight, he kept pressing and pressing and pressing for the takedown, but he allowed the guy to get him out. Allow him to get up, allow him to get up, allow him to get up. And eventually the guy turned the table and grappled Simpson and choked him out. And so if you're going to do that pressing style where you just work the cage work and you rip and pull, you've got to have the energy systems to support it. You've got to train your footwork around it. You've got to train your combo striking around it to make sure that you don't get tired. Don't depend on it. Sometimes in the gym we get comfortable because we can do it to the guys in the gym. But your opponent isn't always there to cooperate with you. He's not a guy in your gym. He doesn't know he's supposed to stay down. He doesn't know that he was only supposed to make one transition. So that was the one fight that I saw where he lost, is because he kept taking the guy down, but the guy kept getting up, and he didn't go to anything else. Just kept doing the same thing.
I have not called a fight of Mr. Emmanuel Simpson since he made his debut way back at Fight For It XII. He took on Sam Slyman. He was dominant and victorious in that fight.
His opponent, also 5'7" tall, also 2-1, fighting out of Kick Fit. Out of the red corner, please welcome Aaron Castro.
You know, that Kick Fit gym, I'm not exactly sure what city it's in, but it's got to be close to Concord, Kannapolis, because Aaron Murrow's mostly been featured on the Rowan County Fight Night circuits. He has a Fight For It fight under his belt, but that was way back at Fight For It 3. So, yeah, mostly a Rowan County type of guy. And he's 2-1 as well. So this is a pretty well-made matchup in my opinion. Both these guys have very similar acumen as far as, like, they both tend to favor the pressure heavy going forward. The difference being that Aaron Murrow is not afraid to really, really scrap. He'll get hit to give 2 or 3.
He is, just use the word scrap. He is scrappy. And he has very good inside boxing skills. He doesn't have a traditional clinch like you would think most MMA fighters or top fighters would have, but it's a very good inside boxing style, and he can survive the ground. Expect to see him get taken down by Simpson, but expect to see him get back to his feet, and rather than run back to the middle to avoid being taken down again, watch him go to his hands and rip those little short body shots and uppercuts.
Kick Fit apparently is in Salisbury, North Carolina, which is in Rowan County, right next to Kannapolis, so pretty close. I was pretty close. Lots of good gyms out there. Honest Grappling, formerly, Evolution, now Sean Burton MMA, Fight Factory with Scott Clausen, and now Kick Fit establishing themselves as a force to be reckoned with. They've already got one win tonight. Let's see if they can get another.
Right.
Getting some stern words from Dale Fry here to get us started off. Emmanuel Simpson. It's been a while since we've seen him. Let's see if he's made some adjustments.
Man, striking looks good so far.
Already these guys are going. And this is exactly what Highestein likes, right?
Right.
Riding the pipe. Got the single leg. He's swarming him.
But again, Aaron's durable.
Yeah, he is.
I said this is what happens.
Super, super durable guy.
I think what Simpson's doing is taking advantage of the fact that he's been busy. He has fights. Aaron's been sitting on a shelf for 2 years.
That's true. Hasn't made an appearance since 2019. I think that was Rowan County Fight Night as well.
Yeah, he's got the underhook. I don't know why he doesn't turn. Good. Follow your left hand.
Kevin Ferrant calling for that.
Follow your left hand. Follow your left hand.
He's right in front of that Highestein corner now.
See, this is where he should separate and work that short boxing that he has. He has very good boxing. You just got to believe in it, though.
Murrow or Simpson?
Yeah, Murrow.
Yeah, Murrow does have some good boxing, but I've rarely ever seen a Mexican fighter that did not have good, clean boxing. They just seem to really like it.
Good
I don't know
kick
if
on
it's
the
a
follow.
cultural thing or something they naturally shine towards, but they be throwing the hands. And Murrow's now putting the pressure on going forward here. Dale misses that one.
Man, Dale will miss all of them. It's going to take away from the fight.
Ooh, Emmanuel
Like I said, he's tough. He's tough to go down.
Putting a lot of pressure against the cage now.
He makes you carry his weight. If you're going to take him now, he's going to make you work for it.
Yeah, exactly.
He doesn't really stop the takedown. He just makes you work for it.
There seems to be a big strength difference, too, as far as like upper body strength. It makes it hard to spin away. You got to have good technique, good framing. Nice frames from Murrow there. Breaks him up.
Yeah. That was a mistake for Simpson to pull back like that. He's got the height and the range, but he shouldn't have pulled back on his attack.
I don't think he's used to being the shorter fighter. I mean, most of the opponents I've seen him have a reach and advantage on him.
He's starting to break down. You can just look at his posture. He's starting to break down.
Murrow's landing clean. That hook landed clean on the step in. Now he's going to the
body
body,
shot.
going up top. Murrow looking juicy on the fence wall. And he is not giving
Good
Emmanuel
body
Simpson
kick.
an inch.
Uppercut.
Emmanuel Simpson's in trouble here on the fence wall here. And let me tell you, we know from experience, Dale Fry, you're going to need to do some serious damage. That's it. Dale Fry calls it at the bell.
Buzzer.
5 minutes in, Aaron Burrow with the finish. First round TKO win for Kick Fit in Salisbury. That's got to feel good. He looks like he's brought a lot of people out. And when you bring out that many people and put on a performance like that, it's bound to make you feel like the champion of champions. Good stuff. Good stuff there from Aaron Murrow. He looks like he's ready to go again.
Oh, we got it. Yeah. Congratulate your guy. Give him hugs, you know. MMA is moving along tonight. I think the kickboxing set the tone.
Sometimes at Fight For It, that's just how things go. We see people just start getting finished and it just keeps going all night.
Kickboxing set the tone.
Aaron Murrow is hyped up, buddy, let me tell you.
Referee stoppage due to punches. Fighting out of Kick Fit, Aaron Castro.
The usual suspects are being upset tonight.
That's true. That's true. Kick Fit has really put themselves on the map here tonight. Two great performances.
And then, of course, Rodney Rollins, a former Team Rock alum, so you tie that in back to the Team Rock lineage and Tenarius, Duly. Those guys look good tonight. I'm pretty sure there's some cross-training going on there. And I say that because Snake gets on me about not cross-training. Why are you going to bring the guys up? All right. It's one thing for me to come see you an hour away. Another thing for me to pack the guys up and go driving that far.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're rolling right along to our 5th MMA fight of the night. This next one is out of the 145-pound weight class. Your first fighter, blue corner, standing 5 foot 10 inches tall. Fighting out of Gracie Riley and Chance Muay Thai. Standing 5 foot 10 inches tall with an undefeated record of 3-0. Please welcome Trevor Loken.
Here he is, the man with the Indiana Jones hat, ready to go on safari at Fight For It.
So you see why I thought he was with Trevor's, because he's Chance Muay Thai. And that is Trevor, right? Trevor,
what?
Is Chance Muay Thai Trevor's?
Yeah, but that's a Charleston Jiu-Jitsu shirt, and he's with Gracie Riley.
But does he work with Trevor? He's repping the gym.
Oh, where?
I thought he had Chance Muay Thai.
No, this is Gracie Riley. He may have worked with him. I mean, I don't
read that.
Oh, Gracie Riley / Chance Muay Thai.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen them working together, but, you know, Trevor has a lot of students, and he does a lot of privates, too. And I know he's got a really deep-rooted connection with those guys at Gracie Riley, Brandon Garner and those guys. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if he's worked with Trevor extensively.
Let's see how he looks against a guy with a tough jaw and a guy who can stop the takedown as well.
Looks like there's no mouthpiece for this young man. They're looking for it right now.
My personal opinion is, while you're still an amateur, get tested out before you turn pro. Get tested before you think about going to a larger organization like the UFC or Bellator. Even the feeder organizations, Cage Fury or LFA, get tested, you know. Work for that push. Friend of mine, Damon Blackshear, just recently picked up the Cage Fury.
The Diamond.
Yes. Took the 135 title with an amazing first round fight. And also Paris Artist coming back home and wants me to train him for his potential title fight with Cage Fury. We have a lot of guys from the area that have done some wonderful things with their careers, and they just continue on.
Yeah, like that's a guy, you know, Devon especially, and then, you know, Paris. Those are two guys.
His opponent also bringing an undefeated record to the cage.
Their time is
2-0, standing 5'9", fighting out of Gym O. Please welcome Titus Moore.
Think about the younger Pettis brother.
Sergio.
Yes, and when he was in LFA and he picked up a title, went to the UFC, didn't get the results he wanted,
right?
Made it to Bellator, and then he picked up a title there. I think you have to have those experiences along the way. I think it's very important. I mean, if Chandler wasn't who Chandler was, we wouldn't have enjoyed that Gaethje fight.
Right, yeah. I mean, there was that ride, you know. I
Yes.
mean, he had a long ride. It makes those moments all the sweeter, you know.
Yes.
Like Oliveira winning the belt. That was a long road.
Yes.
You know, there were people who, you know, I wasn't even an MMA fan when Charles Oliveira made his UFC debut.
I like MMA because you don't see the guys with these unblemished records. You know, there's always a blemish somewhere. And that's what makes Muay Thai very special as well, when these guys have hundreds of fights. But if you break it down, they're only 60% to 70% win. They might have 300 fights, but 200 are wins. The other 100 are learning lessons. Coming into some Rick Ross.
The most.
Both men look ready.
Hey, folks, if you're taking pictures or video recordings, please don't have the light on your phone. Please don't have the light on your phone if you're taking pictures or recordings.
You could just say no flash, but that's okay. Whatever.
Hey, look, if we're gonna be supportive, we can't insult them. Can't insult their intelligence there.
Trevor Larkin fighting out of that Gracie Raleigh corner. Oh, big clash of heads to start us off here. That's no good.
Push pull against the cage.
Titus Moore up against the cage door here now in his own corner. And Trevor Loken's looking for that takedown aggressively, and you can imagine a Gracie Raleigh guy, you know exactly what to expect from him. He's looking for a submission. And traditionally, they have had a slight issue over there at Gracie Raleigh when they do step into the MMA cage of forcing the takedown or trying to force a takedown. A lot of their success doesn't really come from here along the cage wall. Traditionally, it comes from shots out in the open, but Trevor Loken looking great along this cage wall and tries to go for a sacrifice throw and ends up sacrificed.
Nice. Well, like I said, Titus does a very good job of defending.
Oh, he's digging that one grip, though. Oh, no, he lets it go. He's going double unders here.
And he's got his own double unders and going to suck them up high and lift.
Ah, interesting. He likes the takedown, too, here. I think that, I want to see him strike a little bit more. If I'm up against a guy like this who comes from a, super jiu-jitsu-based gym, I don't want to end up in his guard.
Were you coaching there for a minute?
Now, look, he's working some kind of rubber guard. He's looking to get high on this.
I don't know.
Oh, man, now Titus Moore is trying to transition to the back, gets his leg caught there.
Yes. But nice.
Beautiful, beautiful work here from Trevor Loken along the cage.
He's building it.
Yep, he's laying the foundation for a takedown here.
Yes. He may have to do this all 3 rounds, though.
He's
Ooh, that was a
some
cup.
big
That
knees.
sounded like a cup to me.
I think that was clean. I think that cage mic is just so good.
It's just that good.
It's just that good.
Wonder how long Donnie's going to let this go. He broke it up immediately into kickboxing.
It's so different in MMA, right?
Yeah.
Especially like we were talking about how it's so hard to know when somebody's working. Like, okay, so that happens all the time, and I don't. Oh, he tries to go for another sacrifice throw,
Yeah, he's
and
not
they
getting
both
his
face
hips under
plant.
him.
Yeah.
He's got to get his hips just a little lower and lift up, sweep those legs out. One of the things Moore does very well, why he keeps in back up in this position, is
Oh,
caught him.
Trevor Loken
Oh.
just slumped him. Donnie just a little indecisive here.
Oh, he's
there it goes.
he is out now.
That's that. Trevor Loken gets the finish
Wow.
with a crispy
Yeah, he can't see it, but he's
right
out.
hand.
Because he's disengaged. Watch him disengage and do nothing, and Loken kept coming forward. Boom, boom.
Oh, he was already kind of hurt, I think. That step back that he took looked weird. Maybe when he's coming out of the clinch, that shot kind of clipped him harder than we thought.
Can't fight backwards like that.
Yeah.
Can't fight backwards. He should have angled out and reset himself.
He couldn't have got that hat on his head faster. It was like the fight ended and he ran to the corner to get the hat on.
That is a part of his persona. Indiana Loken. Hey, I'm gonna make my way to the back. I'm gonna catch him coming back. I want to know what the deal is on that hat.
Okay.
Fighters to the center of the ring. Your winner and improving to 4-0 out of Gracie Riley and Chance Muay Thai, Trevor Loken. A big round of applause to Titus Moore. Hell of a fight out there. Good job, gentlemen. Definitely want to see both of you back in the cage.
Great win there by Trevor Loken, representing Gracie Raleigh and Chance Muay Thai with the Outback hat. And I don't recognize his cornerman. That's not Brandon Garner. It might be somebody else from Gracie Raleigh.
We want to thank all you fight fans out here tonight, especially the ones that have been here since fight number one. It's been a hell of a night tonight. Lots of knockouts, lots of tap outs, lots of great finishes. And we're going to go on to our last cage fight of the night. This will be the MMA 145-pound main event. First fighter out of the blue corner, standing 10 inches tall with a record of 3 wins, 2 losses. Fighting out of Hayastan MMA, please welcome Kevin Peraza.
One half of the main event this evening. Kevin Peraza representing Hayastan MMA.
Hey, remember, if you're taking pictures or recording, turn the light off, please. Thank you. You can take all the pictures and record all you want. Just don't have your light on. It could blind one of the fighters.
Greatest interview ever. I asked Loken, what's the deal on the hat? My mom gave it to me. I love it.
That's it.
Simple,
it's just
direct.
that easy.
He wears the hat because his mom gave it to him. The guy's knocking people out, and he says, my mom gave it to me. I love that. Love that. Simple. Not overdone. And although everything has been exciting tonight, nothing has gone the way you thought it would go. And here we are at our main event. Kevin Peraza Blanco taking on the Prince, Hamed Kamis.
I know you were really excited about this one in your video you made for it. You were talking about how you think Peraza, if he's putting it together like you think he's putting together, you might favor him by knockout here.
He might get his first one, but I don't think he'll chase it. I think that's what's so beautiful about his game.
Hit an opponent fighting out of 4M Fitness with a record of 5-5, standing 5 foot 7 inches tall. Please welcome out of the red corner, Prince Ahmad Kamis.
I like Peraza, but that doesn't rule out Kamis as a viable opponent.
Kamis is just so tough. He's going to hang in there. I mean, we saw in his last fight that he can get taken down and ragdolled in the first round, thrown around on his head, and he's going to come back and be throwing, incredibly high numbers of volume after that in the second round. If you give this guy an inch, he'll take a mile.
Yeah, exactly. Have you been up to train with either one of these guys?
I've seen him fight once before.
I watched everything on him.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Kevin Peraza here at Fight For It. It's been his primary.
He puts on a pretty good, he's got pretty good academy.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of variety of fighters that are pretty well rounded most times.
Exactly.
They've been having bad nights.
Well, you didn't exactly get a win out there. No. You didn't get a win yourself now when you start talking about somebody else.
I thought White won.
I thought
Holston won.
I think that fight was so close. So close, super close.
All right, this is the Prince. Another guy we've seen in Fight For It so much.
All right, let's get busy on this one.
Dale Fry getting the final assignment of the evening.
Matt Messer coming to pay me a visit.
All right, fight fans, this is the last fight of the night. Let's make it count, fighter. Cheer them on, guys. Let's go.
8:30, a nice early night here in Gaffney. But we've got 3 long rounds left, potentially. All right, Ahmed Kamis and Kevin Peraza, center of the cage for our main event.
Good jab. Peraza taking the lead on everything. Inside leg kick, straight jab, touches, changing the range. Doing everything right so far. Nice jab.
There you go, Peraza.
And the thing you have to watch out with Kamis is he sitting back looking to load up with a counter. Just like he just showed right there. Ooh, over top.
You got to watch out for the cross. I was about to say, there it is, but the cross for Kevin Peraza is a great punch, especially when he's got this kind of reach advantage on a guy like Kamis. We know Kamis would prefer to keep this standing and keep this running with the hands. So if he's losing that kind of exchange, how's the fight going to play out?
Yes, he can't sit back and act as if he's going to shoot in or anything like previous opponents. He's got to fight this game. And Kevin doesn't need to get too fancy in the beginning. Just keep it basic, break him down.
He's done a great job so far of taking the shots he needs to take while conserving energy, but Kamis is just mostly focusing on defense so far.
Wouldn't be surprised if I saw a stiff uppercut or up kick right down the middle because of Kamis' stance that he takes.
Yeah. He's really on the railroad tracks, as they say, isn't he?
Ooh.
And that's why. So you can switch into those big overhands.
Yes. And Kevin's got to travel the body. He's got to go body, leg, head. Don't become infatuated with knocking this guy out just with a head shot.
But that's what Kamis kind of wants, right? He wants to kind of lure him into a boxing fight.
Yeah.
Because then he can actually have an advantage as far as hand speed goes. If he can start letting his hands go. He's had a really hard time reaching Kevin so far.
Right. And as far as output goes, Kevin is averaging about 30-plus strikes around Kamis, right about 20, 25. So over the course of 3 rounds, that creates a separation of about 12 to 25%, and you start falling behind further and further. And remember, all of Peraza's fights go the distance. Win, lose, or draw, they go the distance. So this is something he knows how to do. But Camas.
Wow, reaching low on that ankle pick. Now it's Peraza on the back. Introducing the grappling kind of out of nowhere there.
Yeah, that was slick.
Now he's on the double leg
Ankle
attempt.
pull.
This is where Camas has struggled in the past, right? We saw Dylan Nelson kind of take him down in the same position over and over again in that first round. But he's looking great here. He's scrambling up to his feet. Wall walk successfully, and now he's back out. Peraza with a nice little spinning back fist.
Yes. So right there, I thought even though Peraza won the fight, won that round and won the engagement, right there in that last 30 seconds, I saw something. I saw Peraza get a little out of pocket and start doing a little bit more than what he should be doing with the spinning move. His targeting system was just a little off. He's got to refocus and recenter, come back in, and do what he did in the beginning of that round. He's got to work the pop shots. He's got to keep it loose, work his touches, go in and out, work the body high and low. Just keep breaking this guy down over the course of the fight. Don't try to go for the whole enchilada. He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to. It's a give and go type fight. I know you want that finish, whatever it is, whatever form it comes in. It's going to be natural. You don't have to force it.
It's been a standout lesson for many people tonight.
And some people learned it so well. Outstanding. Outstanding. Let's get our water out of the corner.
Round two, Eric Rivera doing a bang-up job with the towel all night. Second round of a possible 3 in our main event.
Now let's see if Camas makes an adjustment because he's got to get started. He's got to get started.
Oh, Kevin Peraza with the foot sweep. And now he's on a
guillotine.
front headlock grip, yep. Lets him go. Not overly anxious to look for grappling here. He's fine in the striking. He knows he's comfortably ahead here.
Yeah, just pop, pop.
He's
work
not
that
forcing
jab.
anything.
Good body shot. And that's it. Go high and low. Travel the
Yeah,
body.
I think I think what you were saying about traveling the body and having some variance in the striking is going to go a long way because he was headhunting in that first round, and now Camas has got to worry about the legs too.
Exactly. Make him worry about more. Exactly.
Oh, Camas now on a takedown, and I think that one was a little remiss of Camas.
It's a head and arm attack, so he doesn't have all of it.
He's waiting. I mean, he doesn't really. He's got some time to adjust the grip.
He's making adjustments to adjust.
He hasn't even slid in the second arm yet, and already the Prince is looking a little purple.
Yeah.
He's going to let this one go, I
He's
think.
going to let it go and work backward.
I think he's going to. Yeah, the highest on corner's calling him to turn loose. They said turn it loose.
Yeah, but the problem is Camas is not doing anything with it. He's not striking. He's not posturing up. He's not doing anything. So great takedown, beautiful.
I think he's a little worried to go too out. Yep, I think he's a little worried of that happening if he strikes too much. Kevin's just going to start getting to the
you don't want this to happen where Kevin can move back to the cage and get back up. This is what they're good at.
Mm-hmm. This is where they like to be. Brian Battle is screaming to get off the cage.
Nice.
Much closer round, much more competitive round from Meg Camas so far.
Expect Kevin to pick it up. Just go into striking skills.
Nice jab, like you were saying, that jab's there for him.
Yes. Pretend like this is the last round. Keep your feet moving and dump them back.
Yeah, he didn't. I'm surprised he didn't go for that dump or the pipe ride.
20 seconds. Come on, work, baby.
Nice sprawling stance here from Med's going to probably keep him upright unless a serious adjustment is made by Peraza. Final seconds of this round. Now Camas looking for a takedown of his own. Lands a couple strikes at the end.
Oh.
Very nice.
Oh.
Kamis says, I'm still in this fight,
Little
buddy.
disrespectful push at the end.
the big brother push.
Ooh, let him know I'm still here, like you said. Ooh. And you can make argument for Kamis with that. His output, again, was low, but the takedown helped slow things down, which now maybe evened out the output. Ooh. This is interesting. This is interesting.
Because Peraza looks really tired, or?
Yeah, well, I'm hoping he didn't punch himself out trying to get the knockout. You know, because he could have been distracted. I don't know why he was distracted, but he should go back to what he did in round one. Work the touches, slight angles, just stay in charge. Stay in charge of this fight. Let this fight happen where it needs to happen. Let the fight go where it needs to go. He's got the fan support.
Here it is. Don't leave it in the judges' hands. Last fight, last round of the night. Let's go, fight fans. Make some noise.
All right, our main event coming to a close in 3 minutes or less, or your money back.
And if you watch the Kevin Peraza fight, the one thing you know is he does a good job of making a comeback in the third round.
Yeah, he usually saves a little something, right?
Yes.
Now he's back on that guillotine grip. Now the arm is in. I can't see the other side. Yeah, arm in, guillotine. Very kind of hard to finish this unless you're a specialist like Cody Malte.
Yeah, I wouldn't have advised this particular attack.
So many times you see a guy, though, give up this position because he's diving on a guillotine, you know?
Oh, he's got something working here. If you use it to sweep him, he makes Thomas too uncomfortable.
Ahmed looks so confused. He's like, what is he doing?
Yeah. But again,
you know,
he's content to sit inside of the guard.
I was going to say, you know, that's the problem with a lot of these grapplers and a lot of these jiu-jitsu guys is they're a little too content to play it cool in this position and stay here. And in a judge's eyes, it's never going to look good unless you are subbing the guy. You got to finish the guy from here to really have any kind of progress. Now he's looking for the wall here. We've seen him get up so many times using this wall.
Do it again.
Oh, nice lockdown. Ahmed Kamis going for that lockdown on the outside leg. That will stop the wall walk.
Yes.
It's almost, he's squash barring him? Is he trying to squash bar him? Nope. Not quite got the technique to pull off the Kevin Satterfield signature move, but that was kind of close.
No, he didn't control the upper body.
Right, yeah, he didn't control his upper body enough. Yeah.
You have 1 minute. Win the fight right now.
Brian Battle is calling for KP to turn it on here. He says you got 1 minute to win this fight.
But again, that's the problem with Kamis' style. He's attacking forward, but he's not doing anything with it. He's not striking.
Hey, but this is enough. For a lot of judges, especially in an amateur fight, this is enough. But now he runs the risk of, if Kevin does get anything significant, it's his round. Like I see what you're saying.
Now Kevin's just got to go to striking and angles. Yes, striking angle and leg kicks while he's backing up. Strike, angle, and leg kick while he's backing up. And it should be enough. That's it. Make Kamis shoot while he's desperate.
I like Kamis's idea to shoot here. Because he was getting kind of pieced up here. He's like, I'm going to reintroduce the grappling. Looking for the inside trip. Wow! Ahmed Kamis wasn't able to finalize or secure the takedown, but he made a statement in that round. I mean, great round, guys.
Did okay, but Blanco wins this fight.
I had it 1-1 going into the third. You seem to have it 2-0 going into the third. We're going to see how the judges felt.
I thought that second round was tough because Blanco still had the strike output in his favor, but Kamis had the takedowns. But he didn't do much with the takedown. And he can't just throw token body shots to the ribs. He's got to make a statement, and I don't think he made that statement. But in the third round, it was similar, but he didn't spend as much time down there because Kevin had something to say about it. And then toward the end right there, the last guy you saw working was who? Kevin Peraza. That's the last guy I saw working. Look, that impacts me as a judge. Taco! So I'm going to stand my ground and say Peraza. You know.
We will see how these honorable South Carolina Athletic Commission judges saw this one. I think it was one of the closest fights we've had tonight.
Hey, if Thomas wins this fight, I'm going to jump on the mic and call out Dale Fry for my invitational kickboxing match. And say, we don't need a ref. we'll call our own fouls. You know, when Dale used to live near Sanford, he would stop by the gym.
Fighters to the center of the ring.
Train with me every once in a while.
It goes to the judge's decision. Your winner, fighting out of the red corner, Prince Ahmed Khalil.
These takedowns with it.
Hey, what did I say?
We're still doing that.
I said for some judges,
we're still doing that.
That is enough.
Yeah.
And it was enough.
Wow.
Hold on.
The takedown
The
itself.
judges gave me the wrong. Judges gave me the wrong. Judges said red. They made the mistake. They apologized.
Yeah. What? Yes.
Your winner out of the blue corner, Kevin Peraza.
Yes.
Ned Thomas doesn't feel good
Yes.
about that. A little bit of controversy to end Fight For It 12.
Yes.
Ahmed Khamis walking out with the trophy. Oh, Brian Battle doesn't like that.
Don't come over here starting no
Brian
trouble.
Battle does not like that. Ahmed Khamis is trying to get away. Ahmed Khamis runs out of the venue with the trophy. Interesting. It's not like Fight For It only has 12 of those. They've got more of those laying around. Interesting maneuver.
Yes, I got one in the car somewhere, I'm sure.
I wonder how that's going to go over on social media.
Wow. Well, the half of the
when
people on social
keeping it
media,
real goes wrong.
half the people who agree with Coach Sass are going to be happy.
Hey, I thought maybe it was enough. Apparently it was enough. Wasn't enough. You know, the thing about Sam being the ring announcer is he never says whether it's a split, a decision, or a majority. I want to see the cards, please.
Yeah, I would love to have scores.
I'm going to need to see those cards because I'd like to know exactly how that one shook out because it seemed like it was close. If it was close enough for them to confuse the winner, it was close.
You know, sometimes when I'm driving down the highway and somebody comes speeding by or whatever, I'm going, man, I wish there was a cop. I've wanted a moment like this where the guy goes, oh, my bad, you didn't win. My bad, I got the wrong. I like that shock factor.
Well,
that
ladies and gentlemen, we thank you so much for joining us for yet another Fight For It show here in Gaffney. We will be back soon in 2022 with more fight action from the Carolinas best in amateur mixed martial arts, kickboxing, youth MMA, and all things combat sports. I'm Dylan McGrath. I'm with the Mad Coach Sess.
And you've had words with the Mad Coach.
Yes, you have. Thanks, guys, for joining us, and have a great night.